What's up and welcome back to another live unboxing review with Gizmo Slip Tech. My name is Brandon Baldwin, and in the last year I've reviewed about 60 or so gaming laptops, got my hands on well over 100 different units and made videos on the 100 different units. I love reviewing laptops. I've been a passionate laptop user for a long time. Today, we're going to go over a detailed unboxing, benchmarking, testing, teardown of the Zephyrus G16 2024 version with the CNC milled aluminum chassis. Now, we are going to be doing all of these things today, and I did add a new item that I've not tested in the past. Well, I have, but not officially with the full version of the software. 8 to 64 RAM speed test is going to be a new thing in all of my unboxing reviews. Yeah, so that's great. I contacted the company behind 8 to 64 and they gave me a license so I can add that to my benchmarking and testing going forward. So 2 giant thumbs up and thank you to them for that. Okay, so to start off, we're going to go over a top deals and value comparison versus the top competitor laptops, the top 3. And we're going to give you the also the top 5 deals currently if you were to go buy a laptop right now, which ones I would recommend based on all of the testing I've done in the last year and a half or so. Now, we're also going to do a biggest pros and cons. We're going to unbox the laptop. We're going to check out the power adapter. I did fully update all the drivers and everything in this guy, but it is boxed back up so you can see what the boxing looks like and the packaging looks like. Make sure that we are good on here. Yes, okay. All right. Anyway, then we're going to go ahead and remove the bottom of the laptop. We're going to check quality control for the laptop flex test, wobble of the screen. We're going to press all around the laptop. We'll analyze and review the ports, give you my thoughts on if it's good, bad ports. Check the webcam quality, test Windows Hello. We're going to test the keyboard and mouse and go over in detail all the aspects of the keyboard and mouse. We're going to do a display test, color gamut test, and contrast test. We're going to evaluate the laptop software, control software. I'm going to show you how to use it to the best of my ability. We're going to do a speaker test with a decibel meter. We're going to do fan noise testing while running a benchmark in the 4 different fan modes. Then we're going to do the 8 to 64 RAM speed test, Cinebench R23, Time Spy, and then we're going to test 10 games. And at the end, we are going to do 10 at the end, we're going to do a summary of everything that we found out about the laptop. So that's the plan for today. Last time it took me 5 hours. There will be timestamps in the description down below. But today I'm going to try to make this video a little bit more succinct if I can. So I apologize if I end up, rushing through some things, but I'm trying to make it, a little bit more quicker, a little bit more concise. So let's go ahead and get right into it right now, going into the top 5 deals of the day. And chat, please let me know if my mic and everything's working well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I see a bunch of you are already on the live stream. I invite you to like the live stream and subscribe for more videos. Now, there's a link in the description to my laptop gaming list where you can see pricing updated daily, my top 10 gaming laptop deals. And I've tried to narrow those down to the top 10 to keep them more concise. So they're starting to get a little bit long at the top. So we're doing top 10 deals. And I even marked the top 5 deals. And we're going to be going over those top 5 deals right now. So first of all, we have the Acer Predator Helios Neo 16. This is a 400 nits, pretty high quality display. Only an RTX 4050 in here, but you also have the i5-13500HX, which is a good processor in the under $1,000 category. It's an HX processor, which means it has extra E-cores compared relatively to the other i5s out there that will have probably like between 4 and 8 cores less. So overall, it's a very good processor. 16 gigs of DDR5, 512 gig SSD, and it's a 400 nits display. That's really the kind of the crown jewel here, is that it's a very high quality display for the price. A 4050 is going to do ultra gaming at that 1080p resolution, no problem. I guess it is 16 by 10, so it's 1920 by 1200 resolution. Legion 5 is our next best sale here. RTX 4060 this time, 869. And you get a QHD 165 hertz 300 nits display. I do try to prioritize, if I can, the laptops that have deals that have better displays, because I do think displays are very important. So high quality display, a Ryzen 7 7735HS, which is a pretty good processor in this budget category, 8 core, 16 threads. And yeah, just all around good value, bang for the buck, build quality here for the Legion 5. Next, we have the $1,000 Zephyrus G16. If you're on a budget and you're looking at something ultra portable, I mean, this is really about as good as it gets for the money. $1,000, 500 nits display, QHD plus, 165 hertz, RTX 4060, and it's a Ryzen 9 7940 HS. Really good value, really high CPU performance for the $1,000 price point. And for how thin and light it is, it's an excellent display and an excellent GPU performance as well. Next, we have the Legion Pro 5 Ryzen 7 7745HX, so a little bit better processor. Not by much, but we got an RTX 4070 in here, $1,269 for the price, and another QHD 165 hertz 300 nits display. Comparing this version to this version, the Legion 5 with a 4060 is just way better value. But if you really want more GPU performance, you know, this is one of the cheaper RTX 4070s currently on sale, and it, you know, it has good build quality and all of that. Last but not least, for our top 5 deals, we've got an RTX 4080, an i7 13700H, and this is a full HD 360 hertz display with 100% sRGB. I do like this laptop quite a lot. It's not a full powered 4080. I believe it's 150 watts on the GPU, but it's still going to be quite high performance at 17,500 for the GPU score. And since it has a good, I'd say this is just like a really great esports or high FPS gaming laptop for the money. And I do have a review of the Aorus 17H, but it is the 4060 version, not the 4080 version. Has the same display and very similar chassis. So I still think it's one of the best bang for the buck values out there. So let me check chat real quick. And then I may also turn off my projector behind me right now. There we go. So it doesn't continue to produce heat. Okay, Alabastius says, hello, best channel for gaming laptops. You helped me buy the Lenovo Slim 5 4070, really cool laptop. Thank you. Good. I'm glad you like your laptop. Batty says, can you do 3D Mark Time Spy? Yes, we'll be doing the 3D Mark Time Spy. What is the best gaming laptop this year in 2024? I think the Blade 18 is still my number one if you have unlimited money. And if you don't have unlimited money, you're going after the best bang for the buck. Those top 5 deals right now are the ones I would recommend out of all of the laptops out there. And we do monitor the prices on them. So Prem says, good to see you again, bro. Welcome back. Thanks, Prem. Martin says, I missed your old Spider Elite that measures in percentages. It's not accurate without percentages. That's true, Martin. I kind of missed my Spider 5 Elite too. But the Spider 5 Elite also was not... it like underestimated the color gamut, which is pretty annoying. So... Suleiman says, hey, can I get your opinion about the 3060 versus 4050? Do you think these GPUs can run any AAA games 1080p? I would much rather get an RTX 4050 than a 3060 because of frame gen support. That said, FSR 3 is now out in some games, and we will be testing FSR 3 in Starfield today. So you'll be able to see what kind of performance you get versus DLSS frame gen, and we can kind of take a look at some of the image quality differences as well. Okay, so that's the questions for right now, but I will be tuning back in to chat for answering more questions throughout the live stream in the downtime. So let's continue on with the comparisons. So next up, we have the Alienware X16 versus the Blade 16. So if you're in the market trying to comparison shop, well, let's talk about, I think, the 2 primary competitors to the G16 4090. And that's the Alienware X16 and the Blade 16. There's obviously more competitors besides that, but those are the 3 kind of more of the ultra premium, which is what the Zephyrus G16 is trying to compete against this year. So First of all, we have the Alienware X16, and there are a lot of different versions that you can get, a lot of different configs here. And again, links are on this sheet. Now, the nice thing about the Alienware X16, you've got the kind of premium Alienware build quality, and I really do believe the Alienware laptops are very nice in terms of build quality and design. Very thin overall chassis, not as thin and not as light as the G16, but you get a full 175 watt GPU, which is crucial, I think, if you're after the most performance, especially when you look at bang for your buck type of categories. You know, you're going to get significantly less performance out of a 4090 in this G16 chassis. That said, like I said, it's about portability, and I think the Zephyrus G16 is more about the thin, ultra portable type person. Say you're coming from, like, I don't know, a MacBook Pro or something like that, and you want something that's extra thin. Like, I feel like the Zephyrus G16 meets that criteria a bit better than the X16. Now, the other one is the Blade 16, and this one has an OLED 240 hertz, almost the same exact display, might even be the exact same display. Very, very similar in terms of display. Very similar in terms of feature set. We have a CNC milled aluminum chassis in both of the laptops. I think that the main advantages for the Blade 16 this year is, again, the 175 watt power is just going to give you more performance in that 4090. If you're going to pay the premium price for the laptop, you want the extra performance, I feel like you're going to get that extra performance for sure with the Blade 16. Plus, with the Blade 16, you also have a much more powerful processor at the same time with the i9-14900HX, a 24-core, 32-thread, versus this is a 6 performance cores, 8 efficiency cores, and 2 cores for the AI neural processing unit. So it's very similar, but that's, I can't remember, is that 16 cores, 22 threads? I'm not sure exactly how to calculate that. We'll be testing in Cinebench R23, but this is going to provide way better value from a CPU performance. I don't know about value necessarily because you're looking at price to performance, but you're looking at overall performance. Both the Blade 16 and the Alienware X16 actually has the Ultra 9 processor as well. So the Blade 16 really is kind of the ultimate in terms of performance, but again, heavier and thicker for the Blade 16. For me, if I was choosing between the two just on pure performance basis, the Blade 16 is the way I would probably lean towards because of that increased TDP amount. Now, if you're going to go for a RTX 4060 or 4070 version of these machines, then I would definitely lean towards the Zephyrus G16 actually instead, because not only will the Zephyrus G16 be much cheaper. Look at this, the Zephyrus G16 with Ultra 7, and it's RTX 4060 1710 for the Ultra 16, or for the Zephyrus G16, and that is going to be very good value, much cheaper than the Blade 16, and at the same time, it's going to be thinner and lighter and give you just as much performance because the RTX 4060 and 4070 versions don't need as much wattage as the RTX 4080 and 4090 variants. So that said, we're going to see how much the performance drops off today in the G16 with the 4090. This is the version that we have testing today. We've got a Zephyrus G16 with Intel Ultra 9 185H, RTX 4090, 115 watts of GPU power. We'll see where it actually lands in terms of real world GPU TDP, because just because it's rated at 115 doesn't mean you'll actually get 115 all the time. It might actually be closer to 95 to 105 in a lot of the games that have a lot of CPU demand as well. We have 32 gigs of DDR5X with 7467. That's an interesting clock speed on that, but very fast RAM speed. And that said, we also I'm not sure if this is soldered RAM or not, but I'm pretty sure we're at least soldered for half of it. I'm not sure about both sticks, but the Blade 16 and the Alienware, I'm anticipating them to be not soldered Maybe the Alienware is soldered because it does have the DDR5X as well. But the Blade 16, I'm confident, is not soldered. So if you're looking to upgrade the RAM to 64 gigs or to have specialized RAM, such as the Kingston Fury Impact, that's higher speed RAM with tighter timings, that's where you're going to go with the Blade 16 as well as an advantage. Now, overall, in terms of display quality, the G16 is going to be excellent. It's got an OLED display. The overall brightness of the panel will not be as bright as a mini LED. The mini LEDs are going to be brighter. The OLED panels, however, are going to have less bloom and still be very bright and very contrasty and very fast response rate. So I really like OLED panels overall as well. It's just the downside is that they can have burn-in, so you want to be careful about keeping the same thing on your display all the time, and you're going to want to be able to turn off the display, have an auto timer, have a screensaver enabled, so after 5-10 minutes, it's going to come on with something that's going to prevent the screen to be burned in, basically. And I would also recommend hiding the start bar menu after several years of the start bar constantly being out. I would anticipate screen burn-in at least of the start bar menu. Now, another big advantage to OLED is perfect blacks, very contrasty. So if you're a content creator, an OLED is probably a better choice than a mini LED because of the lack of bloom in certain types of images when you have bright objects on dark backgrounds. We'll go over that in detail in the display test. So that's my quick top deals as well as value comparison versus the competition. We're going to move into the biggest pros and cons. I'm going to check chat again. All right. John Sparrow says, could you do a comparison between the 2024 Stealth, Omen 14, Blade 14, and G14? That would be a great video. Good idea, John. I'll have to do that. I don't want to do that right now and get too sidetracked. Dell G16, G15. Admas, that would be good to do. How did you even manage to get one? Good question. This is a review unit sent to me by Asus. So big shout out and thank you to them. They did not pay me for this sponsorship. This is not sponsored. I can say whatever I want and I'll be doing all of my tests as I always do consistently. I try to have a standardized testing methodology. And this is a review unit that will go back to Asus later when I'm done with it. Technicolor Tube says that the Alienware X16 both have soldered RAM, and an upside down motherboard. Thank you for that. Okay. All right. What do you think about the Alienware M18? Alienware M18 with the Radeon GPU currently is unrecommendable because of CPU stuttering. I was going to do another live stream with it, and in my testing, I basically found constant stuttering in the new review unit that Alienware sent me. So really, really bad. And I can absolutely not recommend it for now. Hopefully they fix it in the future. I sent videos of all the stuttering to the product manager at Alienware, and I'm hoping they will. He said they forwarded the samples of the videos to their engineering team. I'm hoping they fix it. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand how they didn't fix it already, but I'm guessing it's something that needs to be coordinated with AMD, because it's an AMD CPU and an AMD GPU, and something is, I don't know, whenever the CPU hits 100 degrees Celsius, it's a hard CPU stutter, as far as I can tell. Okay, all right, so let's move into the next phase. Biggest pros and cons for the Zephyrus G16. What are they? All right, so the Zephyrus G16, the biggest pro for it, OLED display, with a CNC milled aluminum chassis, and the goal of the whole thing is to be as thin and as light as possible while also being premium. You know, we've got better speakers here. We've got Windows Hello. We got a full-size SD card slot. We've got Thunderbolt 4 support. We've got power delivery. We've got an LED strip on the outside. I think it's a very premium system that comes across premium, feels premium, and I think will last a long time for a lot of users out there, especially since it has the OLED display as well. So it's like the combination of all those premium features put together just makes it a really compelling purchase for someone that wants something that's super thin and still can game really, really well at QHD resolutions. It's not going to game as well as a full-powered 4090, but it's going to still game quite well. So those are the biggest pros. Obviously, the biggest con, I think, is that it's not a full-powered 4090. You know, so you're definitely not getting the full performance out of the GPU. And then, of course, it's not swappable SODIMM RAM, so you're gonna have soldered RAM. So if you need 64 gigs, this is the highest end unit, and it only has 32 gigs. So you're kind of out of luck. You have to go with a different laptop if you want 64, at least. As far as I see the configs currently available, I don't know if Asus will eventually offer one with 64 gigs or not. So yeah, those are the biggest pros and cons. And for the money, I feel like there's a lot of premium features here for $32.99, and it's kind of undercutting the competition in terms of pricing. So that's where I'm kind of like yes, it's not going to get as much performance as the Blade 16. But it's $900 cheaper than the Blade 16 at the same time. So, and it has basically almost all the features of the Blade 16 minus the lower power CPU and the lower power GPU. So yeah, those are kind of my initial biggest, like if I were to like do a quick summary of what the Zephyrus G16 is or the pros and cons of it, that's what it is. Let's go ahead and move into the unboxing phase. So we've got the box right here. And let me go ahead and pull this over to the side so I can see chat while I've got my preview window up here. Okay. All right. When do you think the Legion 7i is coming out? I'm waiting since 3 months. Lenovo said March or April, so should be in the next few weeks. All right, so let's go ahead and pull this up a little bit, and let's also, can I, there we go. Let's pull this up. There we go, all right. So that's the box all the way around. If I tilt this over for you, you can see we've got this guy, and then we've got another little box inside of here. We've also got our power adapter box. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So it's kind of nicely organized in here. We've got the power cable. Notice the power cable is very short. And then we've got the power adapter, which is going to have a long cable. Yeah, and this is a 180 watts. I didn't make sure that this is the right power adapter. Let me just double check that, because I did have the G14 power adapter that I was sharing with this one, and it was both working just fine. Let me double check. Indeed, I had the wrong power adapter packaged up there. So this is the correct power adapter right here with the correct cable. Glad I caught that. We have a 240 watt power brick with this laptop, which makes sense. It's going to take a lot more potential juice through it than the G14 that I reviewed like a couple weeks ago. We've got a longer power cable as well. So if I show you that real quick, this guy can get is about 6 feet long. Let's see here. So there you go. So you can see it's a little bit bigger than my wingspan. And the actual power adapter cable is a bit shorter. It's only about 4.5, 5 feet long or so. So overall, it's probably a little bit better balanced than the G14, which has a really short power cable and a really long power adapter cable. All right, so that's the power adapter right there. Notice that the G14 power adapter worked just fine with the G16 as far as I could tell. So that's nice that it's interchangeable, I guess. Another important feature that you should be aware of is the new reversible adapter plug-in. You can see that this is the new Asus power adapter. It's narrower, and they needed to redesign it from the 2023 version so that the chassis can actually be thinner. And this is how they did that. So it's reversible, can go in either way. And it is very easy to use. It's kind of like using a USB-C almost. What's the TDP? It's 115 watts. Okay, let's go ahead and grab the mini box out. We can put this down for now. All right, so I repackaged this. When I actually got it in the mail, it was packaged a little bit better in terms of how the plastic is, and it's a little bit dirtier now because I put it back in the box. So here's the laptop itself. Let's go ahead and take it out of the plastic wrap. There it is, the gorgeous aluminum finish. We do have a felt keyboard cover, which we can take away. Very nice. Notice how thin this display top is. That's a big part of what makes this laptop more portable. OLED panels can be thinner, so the display housing itself can also be thinner. Now we also have some warranty card information here. We got the G series notebook quick guide here, where you can pause this and look at this if you'd like, but it goes over all of the little things on the laptop from the front view, rear view, and side view, including the port placement. We're going to go into detail on all of that soon anyway. All right. And this laptop, if you do buy it in the States, I believe the most common place to buy it from will be Best Buy. So if you buy it from Best Buy, this little card will be included. And you can get support for the product directly through Best Buy's Geek Squad team, which is nice, having an in-person place you can go to for support. Because a lot of laptops you can only mail it in. I believe this comes with a 12-month warranty with no accidental protection, as far as I can tell. But if you do buy it through Best Buy, you can get an accidental warranty extension. And I believe you can also get a third party, or you can extend your existing warranty through Asus directly and get a more premium warranty as well with their My Asus, within their My Asus app, if you want to. I have not tried using the Asus warranty before, but I know that the Best Buy warranty experience that I've used in the past has been very good overall. So yeah, it's nice that it's an option at least. All right, so let's go ahead and take a closer look at the laptop itself. So this is the mini LED light strip that will be, you'll be able to turn that on. You can customize it with a few different animations. We're going to go over that today. We've got the nice aluminum chassis. It's all aluminum, top, bottom, everything. CNC milled. Opening it up, you can see we've got a nice keyboard layout, centered trackpad, arrow keys that I think are a better layout than the Blade 16 as well. And yeah, we got these big old speaker grills. This is supposed to be like, I don't know, like 200% louder than the 2023 version of the G16, which had all right speakers, not necessarily amazing speakers, but they're a little bit above average for a gaming laptop. These ones should be very, very good. Certainly better than your average laptop. Now let's go ahead and do a flex test, quality control. So we're moving into our quality control laptop flex test. How are the fingerprints on the dark color? Definitely noticeable when you have oily hands. I did wipe this down before I put it back in the box today. So a little bit of flex, you can see it right here. Going across the front, in the corner, no flex. A little bit of flex up here. You know, trackpad, you don't really, experience flex there because you're clicking the trackpad. Left side, very rigid. Overall, very rigid, but just a little bit of flex here. Coming up the left side, just a little bit of flex. Overall, feels very good, in my opinion. Going over the keyboard now, still very good. I'm pressing very hard down, and it feels quite good. Let's go ahead and do a screen wobble test. So you can see there is some wobble to the hinge. It's a fairly lightweight hinge, I think. Like, it's not like super rigid. I think the hinge could have been a little bit firmer, in my opinion, especially when it's actually set out. So like, let me show you what I mean. Let's see, let's do a one finger test. Can we open this up with one finger? We can. That's nice. And so when you tap it, see that wobble? It's pretty typical of almost all gaming laptops. But in terms of moving it around, I feel like it could be a little bit firmer. It doesn't feel bad. It feels pretty good still, but it's one area of, I think, that could be improved for the 2025 version. So going over the actual, I think this wobble is going to be more pronounced, when you're like on an airplane or trying to use the laptop in a car, which, being a very portable laptop, I think it's going to happen more often considering how portable this laptop is designed to be, and people are going to take it into those situations a lot. So the wobble is kind of a downside. Now, when you're generally using the laptop, so we'll stop it there. There's not really any wobble when generally using the laptop. I'm typing very hard right now, and the display is staying stationary. Now, in terms of quality checking the keys, I've not noticed any problems with the keyboard or any of the keys on my unit. It all feels very good. Yeah, very nice. All right, so in terms of rigidity, I would say the Blade 16 is just a little bit more rigid, but this is very good. CNC milled aluminum chassis, certainly above average rigidity, and feels very premium in your hand, and very thin. Let's take a look at how thin this thing is. You can see right there, it's definitely thinner than the 2023 version. It's hard to say exactly, but it feels thinner, and it definitely is a little bit thinner. But more importantly, because of the metal, it just feels a heck of a lot more premium in your hands. And you can kind of see some of the fingerprints from me touching it right here. So definitely possible for fingerprints to show up, which is one of the reasons why I kind of like the white version. It looks, in my opinion, a little bit better, and you don't get the fingerprints as much either. So that's really nice. All right, so moving into the next portion, we're going to remove the bottom and do an internal analysis. Let's see here. All right. So here is the bottom. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Now, since I lost my toolkit, I bought another one. This is the iFixit Essentials toolkit, and I'm hoping we have the tool we need in here today. I think we will. I did not test before the live stream, but these are like a T5 screw, it looks like. So this is like a more bare bones kit, and I thought I would get it because I think a lot of people don't want to spend $80 for a kit, and so I wanted to be testing. I wanted to be using a kit that's going to be a little bit more affordable for people to actually buy. And from a laptop perspective, this one should still have basically all the tools. It's got the T5 right here. Let's see if that's what we need. Looks like it might be a T6. Yes, we are looking at a T6. Now, we do still have our, this is a magnetic screwdriver head, so that's going to be easier to get the screws out. And it does come with some basic pry tools in the kit as well. We've got one of these guys, the spuger tool. You got a suction cup if you need to use a suction. And then we also have a toothpick, which we made. Oh, actually got several toothpicks in here. 3 toothpicks, 4 actually. So that's nice. These are very useful when a laptop is hard to pry apart. I don't think that that'll be an issue today, but we'll find out. Asus usually does a pop-up screw. I'm not sure if they'll do that in this unit or not. Your thumbnail is wrong, G14. Did I not update the thumbnail? Oh, you're right. Let me change the thumbnail. Thank you so much. There we go. Thumbnail is updated. Okay. Appreciate it, Mr. Bavel. All right, so we're taking the screws off now. So there are different length screws for different parts of this laptop. The further back areas are longer screws. And it looks like I really hope that there are not screws underneath these rubber feet. I don't think there are, but there might be. We'll find out here in a moment. The nice thing about this being T6 screws is that the screw head fits in there and you're pretty much never going to strip your screws. Like a lot of laptops that have Phillips screws or other types of screws, you can strip them and then you can be really, it can be really bad if you strip a Phillips screw. So the Torx screw heads basically never strip ever. And I love that. So, but you need a specialized screwdriver head for it. That's the downside. So it's very important to know that you'll need to get that if you get this laptop and you want to take it apart. But we'll see if there's even very much upgradability to it. So I'm trying to see where I might be able to put this spuger tool in. Looks like the back kind of comes up a little bit. Yes. There we go. Usually CNC milled aluminum chassis are easier to open with less latches to them. And this one does feel to be quite easy to open so far. There we go. And it does appear that there may be screws underneath these little things in the back. Let me see if I can lift them up. Yes, there are screws in the back underneath these little rubber feet. I really dislike it when companies put these rubber feet and hide screws, because it's pretty easy for a user to do what I just did and try to lift the bottom off after they think they have all the screws out, and they can damage the underbelly. I've kind of bend it, and I've definitely done that before with laptops. So you always want to lift it carefully if you don't know for sure if you have all the screws out. All right, let's see if that is all of them now. It does appear to be. All right. There we go. So the bottom appears to be completely free. It is. And that's what the underside looks like. You can see where the air gaps are. Here, here, on the left side, here, here, an intake right here. There's a lot of air intake actually, and some speaker grills here and here. All right, so there is the inside right there. Let's go ahead and reposition the camera to get a better view. All right, very good. So we have a 90 watt hour battery. That's really nice. Not very many super thin portable laptops are, get this big of a battery. The G14, for example, I think is 73 watt hours. Nice to see it's 90 watt hours. It's not the maximum. The maximum would be 99 watt hours. We've got a large speakers here. We have speakers on the other side as well. There's, I think, at least 6 speakers on this laptop. And the speakers was a big part of the upgrade for 2024. Now we've got a M.2 slot right here. It goes in here, comes right here. It's empty. So you have a completely free slot if you want to get an upgraded SSD out of the box. And we have our existing M.2 slot over here on the right. So we have 2 SSD locations. And I got to say, I also want to mention, this appears like it would probably fit a double-sided SSD. I think. There's this chip here. Might interfere with it, but I think it would fit a double-sided SSD. Maybe not, but I think it would. I'm not sure. Can we completely take this thing off? We can. And there's our Wi-Fi chip. It's an Intel AX211NGW. So that's nice. It's an Intel Wi-Fi chip. And the RAM is going to be soldered to the motherboard. And notice that this is a vapor chamber cooling on this laptop, which is going to help keep this thing cool and push a little bit higher wattage on the GPU. So you've got the GPU, we've got the CPU, and if you were to take this off, there's actually not too many screws here that you'd have to unscrew, but it should be, obviously it should be very good. I believe there's liquid metal conductinaut extreme on here, so it's going to have as good a thermal paste in theory as it can get out of the box. It doesn't really get better than that. We have 2 large fans here, and notice that the fans blow only out the back. So we have 2 rear exhausts right there and right there. And notice the airflow. There's a little airflow design, I guess you could say. This is going to go against the bottom of the chassis and help prevent the exhaust air from going back into the fans, causing kind of a heat circulation. So nice to see this additional little design with these little foam air guiders. So yeah, that's the underside of the laptop. No RAM upgrade because we have soldered RAM, and 90 watt hour battery and 2 M.2 SSDs. And I think the SSDs are the most common thing to upgrade on a laptop. So it's nice that you have 2 of them and a completely free slot right out of the gate. Okay, so that's the underside of the laptop. Let's go ahead and put this thing back together. Okay. All right, I think everything is popped back together now. Let's go ahead and screw the screws back in. Is the G16 4090 worth it if it doesn't get the full wattage? Books on stereo, I think it depends on the user. If the users want something that's going to be thinner, lighter, more portable, this thing is still going to be capable, I think, of basically playing every single game on Ultra out there, right? But it's not going to get as high of frames as more powerful GPUs and CPUs. So it's a trade-off. If you go for this, you're obviously making, you're consciously making a decision to go for a laptop that's thinner and lighter. And it's okay to do that. It's not the end of the world. You'll still be able to play all of the games, just not quite as high of frame rates. So, like, for me, I would prefer the full wattage. You know, for me, it would be a necessity, I think, because I don't value that portability as much. I stay at home mostly and only occasionally travel. But if I was a college student still, or if I was a traveling businessman, which there are, you know, millions and millions of those people out there that need something that's more portable, then, you know, and you're going to haul it every day all around the office, all around, you know, the city or college campus, something that's thinner, lighter is the way I would go. And if you want something that's thinner and lighter and as powerful as possible, then this is a laptop that is, you know, it's definitely worth considering as one of the top contenders for that super thin, light, but still powerful enough to do QHD gaming with every single game out there, you know, at good frame rates. So today in our game testing, we are going to be testing Helldivers 2, which will be the first time I'll be testing that publicly. I think I'm level 12 or 13 now in Helldivers 2. I played it for about 15 or 20 hours, really getting into that game a lot. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like Starship Troopers meets Terminator, and I think a lot of people really enjoy that, especially with if you like playing with your friends. It's a great co-op shooter. So okay, so last but not least, we got to put our little rubber feet back on. Got some sticky on the bottom of that rubber feet. My main problem with the rubber feet thing is that eventually the sticky wears off and then they fall out. And yeah, so that's what the inside looks like. It's I believe our next to-do list is going to be analyze and review the ports. So let's go ahead and do that next. Let me put the tools away really quick. Awesome. All right, so I'm going to pull up our tech specs for this laptop. All right, so here is the ports. And we will also bring some light over here. And I think I'm going to lower the camera down as well. All right, so starting on the right side, we have a headphone. Let me back it up, zoom it in, refocus it. Headphone 2-in-1 combo jack. Then we've got a USB-C or USB-A 3.2 Gen 2. And then we've got a Thunderbolt 4 AVEX support with DisplayPort and power delivery. Then we've got HDMI 2.1 and our reversible power adapter port right here on the far left side. Flipping it around to the other half of the laptop, we've got our UHS 2 full-size SD card reader. It's supposed to be 312 megabytes per second, which is about as fast as the fastest SD cards out there can sustain. Then we've got another USB-A on the right, and then a USB-C 3.2 Gen 2 with DisplayPort and power delivery. So the G16 supports power delivery on either side of the laptop, also allowing you to take a power adapter that's just a USB-C power adapter when you're on the go for even more portability. So now we're going to go ahead and enter and review the BIOS next. All right, so here we go. We'll turn the laptop on. Notice the display is a glossy panel. You can really see reflections in it, but that'll also make everything pop really well. Might need to plug the power adapter in again. It's not turning on right now. Will I do a comparison video between the Legion 9i and the G16? Currently not planning on doing that comparison, but I suppose I could, in theory. I'm not sure if it's delete or F2. I'm just going to press both and hope we get into the BIOS here. There we go. We're in the BIOS. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit more. There we go. Now, with the Asus BIOS, you can control it with the trackpad or the arrow keys. So there's like kind of a highlighted text up here, and you can see me moving around. We're going to go to advanced mode, and now we can make additional adjustments. So there's not too many things to change here. You can see we got 32 gigs of RAM, the Core Ultra 9 185H, BIOS version 315. Asus Cloud Recovery, which you can use to reset the BIOS with the internet if you want to. You can disable hyperthreading, Intel virtualization. The display mode is set to dynamic currently. We can set that to dedicated GPU only mode, which is going to prevent the integrated graphics from kicking on. You can change almost all of these settings within Armory Crate. All right. So as far as I can tell, there's no way to undervolt the Core Ultra 9. So that's one downside of not getting a higher end processor. You can't customize it to improve the performance. But Asus has already basically done a lot of optimization trying to maximize the CPU performance, but that's all of the options inside of the advanced portion of the BIOS. Moving into the boot, you can enable fast boot. This is basically like makes Windows boot a little bit quicker, but you don't have much time to try to get into the BIOS or to do different boot options. So we can save changes, discard changes. I guess we did make the one change. We can save that change and go ahead and load into Windows. Overall, I don't think there's any real reason to get into the BIOS for the most part, except maybe upgrading it, and Asus will typically upgrade the BIOS through Windows updates or my Asus application updates. Price, Beholder, this is, I think, $32.99 currently out of stock for the 4090 version here. Okay. Digital Digest says level 13 here. Great game. Yeah, talking about Helldivers. Yes. Okay, so there's the OLED panel right there. Let's go ahead and see Windows Hello. Windows Hello loaded me in. No problem. All right, so the panel is now at max brightness. Let's go ahead and switch to, we'll go to turbo mode for right now. So there's the brightness. Let me go ahead and make sure that is the raw image coming off of my camera. Looks like the image on the display is a bit overexposed because it's so bright. Let's dim it down. Okay, that is closer to what I see with my eyes right there in terms of how the image looks. And that is 2 full stops down in terms of camera exposure. So I'm going to go up a little bit. Wow. All right. Okay. So next, we're checking out the webcam quality. So let's go ahead and go to camera. And I want to mention that I had a problem with Windows Hello when setting up the laptop. I initially was able to set up Windows Hello, but after the first login, it no longer worked for some reason. And I believe it was related to like a Windows 11 permissions issue, which has since been fixed by the latest BIOS updates from Asus. So let's go ahead and record a quick video. This is an example of me recording a video. Wow, that image quality looks good. The color representation looks good. I can clearly see detail on the image. It's going to be a decently high quality webcam. Let's move in and take a couple of pictures. Hello. Ooh. All right, that's good. That's a good picture. So looking at the image quality here, we're zoomed in. A little bit of smudginess. That's going to be like the compression, artifacting, smoothing effects that the camera app from Windows uses. That's it. I believe this is a 1080p webcam with infrared sensor. Pretty dang good webcam overall. It seems to be the same one that the G14 was using. So yeah, that's like, I'd say it's an 8 out of 10 in terms of webcam quality. It could still get higher resolution. It could still get better, but that's solid to me. Let's go ahead and see what the speakers sound like with the microphone. I'll turn this is everything at max. This is an example of me recording a video. Wow, that image quality looks good. The color representation looks good. I can clearly see detail on the image. It's going to be a decently high quality. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. That's I mean, it's not the best webcam I've seen, but it's up there. It's definitely better than most. Books on Stereo says, I wonder if a resale value of a full wattage 4090 laptop would sell lower than a lower wattage. Will sell for more than a lower wattage 4090 laptop, maybe. But I think it all comes down to the overall package and really how popular each laptop is. That's my kind of take on it. It looks like my color balance needs to be improved here. See if I can adjust the color balance real quick. That's better. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. It was better, and then it got a little bit worse again. That looks good. Okay. So overall, webcam was good. Let's move on to the next segment, which is going to be testing the keyboard and mouse. So let's go into detail on the keyboard and mouse. So first of all, let's talk trackpad. This thing is a very large trackpad. You can see how big it is. It's one of the largest trackpads that you can get, up there with like the Blade 18 size of trackpad, almost as big as the Blade 18. It's huge, it's glass, it's smooth, it tracks well, it clicks well. I think the click could still be better, and you can't click along the top. Those are my primary criticisms. And you can kind of see since the chassis has a little bit of flex, if you press hard, you're gonna have a little bit of flex to the chassis. But overall, I think the trackpad is solid. It's a very good trackpad, and I don't think very many people are going to have any issues with it, unless maybe you're coming from a Mac. The only trackpad that's going to be noticeably better is going to be like an Apple trackpad. Okay. Okay. So next up is the keyboard. So the keyboard is a single zone RGB keyboard. If we press FN plus Aura keys, we can switch between the different keyboard animations or not, because we're in. So if this is happening to you, where you're trying to switch between the different keyboard animations, you need to go to Windows, Dynamic Lighting. Why did it do a... Man. Okay, so right here you can see is the setting you need to go to. Let me zoom in. You want to disable Windows control of the dynamic lighting. The moment I did that, it went back to the control to be controlled by the Asus software. Now we should be able to do the different modes. Let's go ahead and turn off the lights here. So that's if it's blue, if it looks blue, that means it's being controlled by Windows. Windows is defaulting everything to blue. Color cycle switches everything between a whole different, like a rainbow of colors slowly. Then we have static, which is going to be white, is probably how I would use the laptop. And you have breathing, which is going to go in and out with a white. And you have strobing, which I definitely don't recommend. But either color cycle or static is probably the way most users are going to use this. Now, the primary downside to the keyboard, in my opinion, is going to be that some of the keys are not evenly lit and fully bright. All right, so you can see that right here we've got the home key. Now that it's really dark, it looks very lit up. But, and I mean, you can read them, I think, in a dark environment. See, like the F1, F2, F3, F4. Notice how that the center of the key is very brightly lit, but the edge pieces, the further it is out to the edge, the less bright the backlight will be. And when you're in a brighter environment, you can still see it. I mean, you can pretty much see it at all times, but it definitely could be improved in terms of overall brightness and uniformity to the brightness is another aspect to it. That's it. I mean, it's a good keyboard backlight that'll be functional without too many issues. Let's move on to all the functions on the keyboard itself. We do not have an FN lock key, which is one of the key features that's missing here. On the newer keyboards, you can use FN plus the escape key. And when you do that, it'll enable the secondary functions rather than having to press the FN key, which I prefer that. The only thing that you have to use FN then to use is like Alt F4, or if you want to press F2 to rename something. But for the most part, it works really, really well. And I believe you can change the FN priority in Armory Crate if you want to. I think. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm not sure off the top of my head. We'll go through the Armory Crate software here in a little bit. But notice it starting on the left side, we have mute, volume up and down up here at the top, microphone mute, and the Asus Armory Crate launch button. These are also macro keys that are reprogrammable. If you want to have one that launches Steam, for example, or if you don't want to use some of these, you can easily reprogram those. Keyboard brightness up and down. So we can go 1, 2, 3 different levels of keyboard brightness. The Aura key, which changes the keyboard lighting style. And then we have the fan mode right here. F5 is the fan mode button. On the right side, we have the snipping tool, brightness up, brightness down, brightness down, and then brightness up. Then we have the monitor control key and the trackpad disable key, Windows sleep key, and airplane mode, which will disable your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, which is, in my opinion, it's already in airplane mode because all the airplanes use Wi-Fi and allow Bluetooth now. So it's pretty much irrelevant to have that airplane mode there. They could probably switch that out for something else like the FN lock or I don't know, something else. Anyway, so next we have the page up, page down, home, and end here on the arrow keys. And notice that the arrow keys are narrow, making it easy to feel for them and find them. Much better, I think, than the Blade series layout currently. Notice there is no Windows Copilot key yet, even though some of the new laptops this year will have that. It replaces the right Alt key right here, which is like with the new Windows AI assistant. So that's the keyboard. You also have a caps lock light up indicator, which is a nice thing to have. Cool. So let's go ahead and turn my lights back on again. There we go. Okay. They're the wrong color. Beholder says, which laptop brand has been the most reliable for you overall in terms of gaming laptops? I think almost all of the brands have potential to be very reliable or unreliable. And I think that primarily comes down to the fact that quality testing is not perfect for any manufacturer, and I would say the most reliable is probably going to be something like Apple, and then the next, that's not a gaming laptop, but then the next ones would probably be Razer, Asus, and Lenovo would probably be tied for the top, and then MSI, HP, and Acer. They're pretty much all very similar in terms of quality control. They all make sure the laptops typically work like 98% of the time, but sometimes they have a problem or an issue right at startup. Okay, it's time to do a display test. All right, let's see how bright and vibrant this OLED display is. Grab my display test tool. Got the Checker Display Plus here. When reviewing the MSI Titan 18, great question. MSI sent it in the mail yesterday, so soon. Probably next week would be my guess. So, but it might end up being a little bit longer than that, because I got I've got several different products that are kind of in line right now to be reviewed. So, all right, let's go to the application here. Oop, I may have closed it. What is my top recommendation for a 4090 laptop besides Razer? If you want something super bulky, probably the Scar 18, or maybe the Titan 18 HX. Those are probably the top two in terms of ultra high level performance. You also got the XMG Neo. If you want something water cooled, the Neo or the Electronics. I don't think it's going to be the Mech. I'm not sure what they're going to name it yet. But those ones, the water cooled from Electronics and XMG, I think, are probably the highest performance and going to be much more premium this year because of all their improvements. Okay, so we are going to do a test. There we go. All right. All right, so you can see that we are at maximum brightness, and that the display is currently reading at 409 nits of brightness. So the 409 is excellent in terms of overall brightness, but it's not as bright as a mini LED display, which will typically be in the like 600 to 800 range for sustained brightness. So it's noticeably brighter when you go to the Scar 18 mini LED, for example, or the Scar 16. But this still has the ultra high levels of contrast that we need in, and that we have a goal for whenever we get whenever we go for a high-end premium display. We have the brightness and the color gamut and the contrast. That's this OLED panel, and you have the really fast refresh rate because it's OLED. So pros and cons, this is going to be bright enough for the vast majority of people, but in broad daylight, I do think that a mini LED panel is going to be better. Okay. Greetings from Mongolia. Wow. That's awesome. It's cool that so many people from all over the world watch the channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. The new Legion Pro 7i Gen 9 seems great. I'm interested to see how it performs with the 4090. Yeah, I think the Pro 7i should be better because now it's got the 100% sRGB and P3 color gamut on the display, whereas before it was only 100% sRGB. So it should be a big improvement. The world panicking. Fortnite servers are still down. LOL. All the kids are no longer entertained. They're all out there causing havoc now because Fortnite's down. Just kidding. A lot of people play Fortnite, not just kids, but it means obviously primarily younger generation. Netherlands, Germany. Wow, you guys are all over the place. Love it. Obviously, in terms of, you're asking for top recommendations for a 4090 laptop besides Razer. If you're going for most bang for the buck or best value balance, I think the Legion Pro 7i Gen 8 that's currently going to be on sale, probably in the $2,400 to $2,500 range when it's on a good sale, is probably the way to go. Or maybe the Omen 17 if that's on sale down to like $2,300, $2,400. But in terms of ultimate premium level, like top tier, I would say Blade 18, then Scar 18 and Titan 18HX, or maybe even the Scar 18 is slightly more premium, at least from a display perspective. Tomesk with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. He says, hey, I'm the guy you helped choose the Scar 18 on Reddit. I upgraded the RAM to Kingston Fury 64 gig and it's amazing. Also modded Fallout 3. My CPU tends to be hotter than my GPU. Is this normal? Yeah, oftentimes the CPU gets hotter than the GPU because the CPU has a higher power limit or a higher temperature limit. It can go up to 100 degrees Celsius, where the GPU can go to 87 degrees Celsius. So because it has a higher peak, oftentimes it'll go a little bit higher, especially in more CPU-bound type of games. So that is not my email, but this is what I put in sometimes. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our overall color profile information here. Interesting. So this is not covering the whole P3 color gamut nearly as well as the Zephyrus G16. You can see that it's only covering probably about 80% of the P3 color gamut with the blue there. This ColorChecker does not have a color percentage rating. So we're basically looking how much of this blue box fills the red box. And it makes me wonder if we're in a lower color profile or something. As far as I know, there's no way to change that. I don't know. Looking in here, is there a color profile option that can maybe boost the color? Because it's supposed to be 100% of the P3 color gamut, and it looks very good. But the way it tested this time, it definitely did not test to the full of the P3 color gamut, which is very interesting. So overall, obviously it's going to be, it should be, yeah, it basically covers as much as 100% sRGB right now. That's a little bit disappointing. If this is the true value, 414 nits according to this test. I wonder if it could be because we didn't lower the brightness on the display, but I don't think that's the reason. Yeah. That's what we got for right now. Not sure if there's, I mean, I don't think there's any. I'm not an expert on this tool, I guess, and I feel like I need to get more knowledge to understand. It's also really weird that we're not getting as high of a color gamut, and I'm not sure exactly. If you guys know in chat of any way to target the color gamut, like MSI, for example, has a color gamut style of image that you go for. Right now we have HDR enabled. I wonder if disabling that would help our color gamut rating. I don't know. Let's try turning off HDR. I don't think that's going to do anything in terms of our color gamut. I want to test it one more time just to verify our result, because that is pretty important to me, and I think important to a lot of people that are buying this laptop. So we're going to try. We're going to try doing a test if I can. See if there's another. Maybe we didn't set it to OLED. I don't know. Maybe that could be part of the reason. I don't know. We're still getting the same measurements. All right, we'll let this test one more time. Feel free to ask me any questions in chat. But yeah, okay. All right, we're gonna do it one more time, and let me look at chat here. Johnny says, Gizmo, do you recommend we change the thermals of our gaming laptop for the CPU and GPU ASAP? No. What I recommend is that you test your default thermals, and if your default thermals suck, that's when you've got to choose, do I repaste this thing or do I return this thing? Because I think out-of-box thermals should be pretty good. And, you know, if you've got something like liquid metal in the laptop like this one, you should be good for a long, long time. Shouldn't have to fix it almost ever. And so you should be set. That said, if the thermals are mediocre, like say the CPU is really hot and your GPU is good, well then maybe the CPU paste needs to be replaced. And that's where you can choose. Do you really love this laptop? And also, what's your return policy like on the laptop? Is it worth the hassle of shipping it back and not shipping it back? It might be easier just to repaste it. You know, some laptops are very easy to repaste overall, so it depends. Yeah. Uh, so yeah, my recommendation is test the laptop thermals in something like Time Spy, and then also test the thermals in something like Cinebench R23, and see what temps you get, which we're going to do today. So if you want an example, you can follow what I do in testing the laptop today, and then we'll be able to evaluate like, is this a good balance? You know, and the other thing is, if the paste job is actually good, it may just be tuned too high in terms of power limit. And you might want to just tune the power limit down a little bit. Oftentimes it doesn't impact performance very much, but it can significantly reduce your temps on a laptop. So, Falcon says, on the Scar, if you turn off HDR, it opens color profiles. Okay, interesting. Okay, now it appears that we have close to 100%. Yeah, we do have 100% sRGB and 100% of the P3 color gamut now. So the blue outline goes around where we tested. So that is the color profile that we have now that we redid the test with the OLED parameter on the display checker. When we add the P3 color gamut to it, you can see we're actually a little bit more than P3 color gamut on this display, actually. So that, look, we actually go beyond the bounds there. In terms of Adobe, you can see the Adobe is actually a little bit different type of color profile. But this is supposed to be rated for 100% of the P3 color gamut, and we managed to hit that. And you can see this is what the green box there is what 100% sRGB is. So we're definitely much more colorful than 100% sRGB. Our contrast ratio, 118,000 to 1. 118,000 to 1. And our brightness on the display is going to be about 414 nits is what we rated it to be when we did the test previously. This time it is a bit lower. The reading is lower. I don't know why. Anyway, if I were to... Yeah. I think it reduced the brightness. I think it reduced the brightness of the display a little bit. I'm just going to do the initial start here. Let's go utilities, monitor quick check, OLED. Yeah, it's saying it's... Our color profile is, I don't know, the way we were doing 400 and now it's set to only 105. So it's something like the color profiler is now messed up. I got to learn this program a little bit better because this is a new application for me. Okay, exiting that application definitely boosted the brightness of the display again. So that's good. All right, let's go ahead and show you an example of some color video. We're going to do the OLED sample video that we always do. We're going to mute this, and voila. You can see how vibrant and bright the colors are on this display. It's really phenomenal. Perfect blacks, pretty much. OLED has just a tiny bit of bloom on it. Like you can see, I moved the mouse a little bit here. Let me pause it and I'll try to show you some bloom if I can. It's kind of hard to pick up, but around the edges of the mouse, if you look carefully, there will be just a little bit of bloom from OLED. The bloom on the Scar 18 is probably 3 times worse. And then the bloom on the Scar 16 2023 version that has less dimming zones is probably 4 or 5 times worse. It's this is a much, the bloom is almost not noticeable in my opinion on a laptop like this, an OLED display like this. So overall, I think that the image quality, it's phenomenal. It's great for content. It's great for gaming. The only downside of this versus a mini LED is the fact that it does not have as high of nits peak and total brightness, right? So those are my primary thoughts on the brightness thing. Okay, next. I'm done with the display test. This does not need a blacklight bleed test because it's an OLED display, which means it'll be perfect blacks. All right, laptop control software. Let's talk Armory Crate and my Asus. So there are 2 applications that you need to know about if you are going to use this laptop. The first one is Armory Crate, which you can access by pressing this button right here. This will open the Armory Crate application, which I have currently open. So along the left side here, we have silent, performance, turbo, and manual modes. These are the different performance modes, and the laptop will perform better and better the further to the right you go. Except manual mode, you can tune it actually to perform better or worse. If you go to manual mode here, you need to actually apply the settings, and they don't apply until you actually manually apply them. Notice we have power limit. I'll reduce the overall brightness a little bit. We've got power limit sliders. So we can set the power limit to go all the way to 110 for our initial boost, and then it'll throttle down to 85 watts. For our GPU, we have a default overclock of 50/100 and a dynamic boost range of 20 watts. So that means that the base wattage on this is going to be 95, boosting up to 115. We can thermal target as well below 87 if we want the laptop to run quieter. You can do TGP. Interesting. Whoa. So we've got 5 levels of TDP control. Let me zoom in a little on that so you can see that a little better. It's saying you can target 80, 90, 95, 100, and 105. So if you want the laptop to run quieter and cooler, you can customize this to go lower power, higher power. For us, we're going to try highest power. I'm tempted to do a max overclock, but we're going to do this. Now, just like this, we're also going to raise our fan profiles. So this is your fan profile curve. This is the fan speed percentage, and then along the bottom is the temperature target. So as the laptop heats up, the fans will increase in fan speed. So if you wanted to, set this to go to be a certain fan speed at a certain temperature, you can target these to ramp up into the fan speed you want. For our tests today, we're just going to run everything at max fan speeds for theoretical max possible performance and max noise in manual mode. But we're going to we're going to be testing all the different fan profiles here in a moment to see how loud each profile is, and give you a sample of its performance as well in TimeSpy. All right. So overall, Armory Crate has a ton of features. It updates frequently. I have very little problems with Armory Crate on gaming laptops. I know desktops have had some issues, but laptop division or whatever at Asus does a great job with Armory Crate. You can update things on the laptop through the Update Center. There are updates go regularly through here. They also go through Windows updates as well as this My Asus application. This allows you to upgrade your warranty right here. If you want to upgrade your warranty to be a higher, well, you have to have I'm not sure what the pricing is. But yeah, you can upgrade the warranty. You can upgrade the BIOS. So you have system updates. So certain updates will go through here. I want Asus to unify this. All of the updates should either go through Armory Crate or My Asus and not one or the other, in my opinion. And then the other thing in My Asus is you can have battery care mode. So you can turn this on and it will only charge the battery up to 80% for battery life longevity, right? If you know you're going to have enough battery life, you don't really need maybe 8 hours of battery life. You only need 2 or 3 hours of battery life on average. You can enable this and still have enough battery life, and the lithium-ion battery will last several years longer because it's harmful for lithium-ion batteries to be at 100% charge capacity all the time. So I would recommend turning this on if you can, unless you're going to be constantly using the battery for extended periods, really long battery runs. Okay, so that's the software. There's a few other settings inside of here that you might want to be aware of. So going on to the right side, we have some basic CPU stats, some temperature stats, memory and usage, fan speeds. GPU mode is important. The ultimate mode means that you're in dedicated GPU only mode. You cannot switch between the integrated graphics and NVIDIA graphics. And this is useful if your applications are not running on the NVIDIA GPU, or if you want to just maximize your performance, you're only going to be gaming on the laptop. Standard mode lets you quick switch between dedicated graphics and integrated graphics for better battery mode. Eco mode lets you force the integrated graphics only, which is going to be useful if you want to game on the integrated GPU, or if you're trying to prevent the NVIDIA GPU from activating when you're on battery only mode, which can really improve your battery life if the NVIDIA GPU is waking up frequently when using the laptop. Yeah, so overall, I would probably just keep this in standard mode unless I knew that I was going to be just going for max battery life, and then I would switch it to eco mode to make sure the NVIDIA GPU does not accidentally turn on. These other things are pretty minor. Panel power saver switches your display refresh rate from 240 Hertz down to 60 Hertz when you unplug the laptop. You also can disable the boot sound, the touchpad, and the Windows key. Okay, so awesome. So that's the Armory Crate application. That's the software that's included with the laptop. I'd give it a thumbs up overall. Okay. Senda says, I'm curious, since the OLED on this is Samsung QOLED, does it have the graying of the blacks if you have lights in the front? I'm not sure. Sanda says it's a pretty advanced question. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but I do believe this is a Samsung OLED. I don't know if it's a quantum dot OLED or not. That's a good question. If it is a quantum dot OLED, then the chance of burn-in, I think, is a lot lower. I think. Okay. All right. It's time to do the speaker test. Let me put my display checker tool away. Getting the mouse plugged in. All right, we're gonna back this up a little bit more. There we go. All right, so for controlling the speakers, there's an application called Dolby Access. And this allows you to set a few different audio profiles: dynamic, game, movie, and music. We're going to switch to dynamic, as I think it's probably the best balance typically. The one I typically most recommend. You can also do dynamic music, but anyway, let's go ahead and test these speakers and see how they sound. So Peter Spacey Roar is our opening sound. All right, and let's get the speaker decibel meter going here. All right. So around 39 decibels for our ambient room noise. Let's go ahead and see how loud this gets. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so very loud speakers, very noticeable bass. I saw up to 89 decibels, which is very loud. Let's try Faded Aeon Half-Life. Very nice audio there for sure. Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like.
So the way I would describe the speakers are excellent. Very good speakers, very bassy, very loud. I think the mids and highs can be just a little bit clearer. I think that's the only real weakness here. I think they're very similar in terms of quality to the Zephyrus G16 I tested recently. So I would say they're right around like a 9.1 in terms of the way I would rate them. Absolutely excellent for a portable laptop type of situation. If you want to listen to audio, if you're gaming on the go in a hotel room, you'll have great audio for gaming. Very loud, very immersive, just with the onboard speakers that it provides. Or if you just want to fill a hotel room with music or something like that, or your own room with music. So overall, very, very good. How would you recommend cleaning a full HD laptop display with a matte finish? Your detail tests are appreciated. I would usually use a microfiber and just clean off the dust with that. If it's very messy, from like spit or something you spilled something on or something, then I would say maybe just use a little bit of Windex on the microfiber and then wipe it with that. Okay, so that's a speaker test. Very, very good speakers. Giant thumbs up there. Fan noise testing with decibel meter. So now we're going to go ahead and try each of the fan profiles with the decibel meter, and we'll see how loud each fan profile is and what kind of performance it gives me. Now, the Asus product manager messaged me and told me that the silent fan profile currently needs to be tweaked to improve, I think, the power limits, or something is wrong with the silent power profile, and it will be improved in a BIOS update coming out next week. But we'll see. We'll see how we do today. So this is going to be Time Spy running in a continuous loop. We're going to see how hot it gets and what power limits each one has and how loud with the decibel meter each one is. Sorry if the mic was not very loud there. All right. So we're gonna actually do the full test a little bit in a few minutes here. During the fan profile testing, we're just gonna run the benchmark in a loop with. I'm gonna need to also open Afterburner and HW info. So because this is the new Core Ultra 9, it did not have all of the CPU overlay options, so I had to use Afterburner to get the CPU overlay to fully function. We're gonna need to increase this size a little bit. Let's go 14. That's better. Okay. So let's go ahead and switch us into manual mode. With everything maxed out, let's see what kind of performance this laptop's got. What's the power limits like, all of that. So right now you can see we're doing 114.9 watts, 110, 109, 114, 115, 117. So we're hitting right around that 115 mark, give or take about 5 watts. Our CPU temp is currently not visible. Let's add that. CPU package temp, we'll add that. Okay, there we go. All right, so there's our CPU temp, 74 degrees Celsius, 70 on the GPU. That's pretty good. All right, now, while we start doing, since we're doing these dedicated tests, now let me turn off the LED lights behind me real quick. What fan mode is this? We're in manual fan mode with everything all tweaked out to max sliders, except for the overclock. It's just the default 50/100. Okay, so let's find out. I'll just scoot this back a little bit again. Let's find out how loud this is. All right. Looks to be about 57 decibels for max fan mode. Let's go ahead and take a look at our temps now that we've had a minute or two for it to run. 71 degrees on the GPU, 74 degrees on the CPU. Awesome temps overall. Things are looking really good in terms of performance. 122 watts. We're actually doing more than 115. Awesome. I was not expecting to see that. We're performing better. We are performing better than what Asus claims. Well above the 115 watt power limit, at least for a little bit there. And it seems to be sustaining sometimes around that 120 range. But it's supposed to, it's supposed to be at least 115. At least in GPU bound stuff, but we saw 125 there for a little bit. So it seems to be peaking in the 125 range. But yeah, very nice. Very nice overall initial performance. Notice that the boost clock is not as high as what you get with a 175 watt GPU. This would normally be around, if it was 175 watts, it would probably be like 2100-ish on the boost clock for a 4090 laptop. So gives you an idea of the boost clock differences at least. Let's go ahead and go to turbo mode. And we'll see how loud it is and what kind of temperatures. So turbo mode, I'm already seeing some reduction in wattage there, down to 108, 109, 106, 101. So we'll let that run for a minute. So a 4090M Max Q. It's very similar to a Max Q type of build. And I mean, I'm fine with it as long as users know what they're getting into when they buy it, right? They want something that's thinner. They want something that's lighter, that's more portable. I'm all for it as long as the users are not being tricked, right? So Asus has been very good about communicating well, I think, to the to their customers in general, whereas a long time ago it was very confusing for a lot of new people just coming into the space. They end up with a laptop that's not nearly as powerful as what they were originally told it would be. So, or they thought it would be because they didn't know that it was a much lower wattage, which is something I pushed for hard for transparency there, and it got a lot better about 2 years back in terms of transparency. Okay. I'm not saying I was the only one that did that. Other reviewers were also pushing for transparency. I know Jared's Tech was also pushing for that too. So, all right. So let's go ahead and move forward here. Let's see how loud the turbo fan profile is. Looks to be 52.5 decibels, so 5 decibels quieter than max fan. But in terms of performance, we're definitely seeing reduction in wattage. We seem to be peaking closer to the 110, maybe 115-ish range sometimes, but it's typically, the typical wattage is noticeably lower. All right. So turbo mode is not going to be the same performance as manual mode in this laptop. It's going to be about 95% the performance level probably. You'll lose about maybe 5% performance by reducing it to turbo mode. So manual mode is the recommended profile. Also, our temps have gone up a little bit on the CPU, 79 degrees on the CPU here, 73 degrees on the GPU. Overall, the temps are still good. They're not amazing, but they're good. Let's go to performance mode and see how loud everything is and what temps we get. So performance mode, we're noticing an immediate reduction in TDP down to 85 to 90 watts. Also going to be significant in terms of performance reduction. I mean, look at the GPU boost clock was at like 1500, 1600. Now it's at 1300. With the reduced wattage, we get lower fan noise. No, it's noticeably quieter. Let's go ahead and see how loud it is now. .5 decibels for performance fan mode is about average, maybe a little bit louder than average in terms of performance mode. And temps are still good in the 70s for the CPU and GPU. Let's go to silent mode. See how loud it is and what power we get with the laptop. Other laptops you're excited to review this year? The MSI Titan 18HX, the Zephyrus G14, G16, this laptop. I'm excited to review it. Those are the primary ones I'm most excited for off the top of my head. Maybe some of the other MSI, like the Stealth 18 AI, the Raider as well, but those are all very similar to the Titan 18HX. The main reason I'm excited about the Titan 18HX is it's the first haptic trackpad that we've seen in a Windows gaming laptop that I can remember. So I'm excited to see how well that works in the long term, as well as the fact that it's one of the highest TDP rated laptops ever. The other laptop I'm probably really excited for is the XMG Neo 16 2024, which is a new CNC milled aluminum chassis, water cooled, enabled, and much more premium than last year's 2023 model, and also had the best performance out of any of the laptops as well. So there was, yeah, that's really good. All right, so those are probably my top 5 most excited for laptops to review. Okay, so silent mode. I'm noticing our FPS went down so much. We're only at 24 FPS, 55 watts of power. It's interesting. Our GPU boost clock is actually pretty high considering how low of FPS we're getting. Only 13 watts of power to the CPU. Temps are in the 70s, sometimes low 80s. GPU temp at 66. I mean, this is going to only be playable for very old legacy titles. You know, you're not going to really get playable frame rates with this for anything other than a legacy title. Maybe esports games, I guess. All right, let's see how loud. .9 decibels or 40.6-ish decibels, under 41. That's very quiet. The fans are still slightly audible to me. So keep that in mind. Let's go to manual mode. Let's go ahead and save this. So the fans are going to ramp up again. We're going to go ahead and run our time spy now. Do our full time spy test. All right. So fan profile noise levels are good on this laptop. You've got a nice variety of loudness to quietness and a good variety of performance with good tuning, with quick switching between the different profiles. So overall, I'm a fan of the profile setup. I think they did a good job tuning and setting them up. The silent mode is probably the only one where we were kind of not getting playable frames, at least in terms of time spy performance, but that's time spy, it's a benchmark. So, all right, let's go ahead and run time spy and see how we do. Am I getting the MSI Creator or Stealth 16 in? Maybe the Stealth 16 sometime in 2024. We'll see. Omen Transcend 14. That's another one, Kari, that I would love to review and would definitely be very excited to review. Yeah. Last year's G16 with a 4060 worth it at $1,700 Canadian. What does that translate to in US dollars? That seems high. It's still a great laptop. The Zephyrus G16 with a 4060 is still a great laptop. But that price does seem high. Let me see how much that would be in US dollars. That'd be $1,260 US. Okay, well that does seem like a good price then, especially since the default price for that is $1,449. So you're talking about $200 off in terms of US dollars. So yeah, that would actually be a better price than what I was thinking. Okay. So manual mode, we're cranking 120 watts, 121 watts, 1700 on the boost cock. Very good. Better than what I thought we were going to get. Actually exceeding my expectations. 122. Love it. Love to see that. '23 Zephyrus G14 versus this. Any thoughts? The 2023 G14 4090 I think is on sale right now. I was noticing it was on sale for like $500 off. So yeah, I mean, if you can get that when it's on sale, that seems like a really great option. And even if it's not on sale, even if it's the same price, it's still a good option because it should be very competitive with this. It just won't be as premium. The speakers on this will be a lot better. An OLED display is arguably better, higher refresh rate, better response rate. But the 2023 G14, it will have a higher brightness display because it's a mini LED, 600 nits. So yeah, I think if it was my money, I would probably go for the 2023 G14 4090 if I needed something super portable and I really wanted it really thin and light and all that. At least if it's on sale like that, for sure. I think that would swing me over towards that camp. But yeah. And Kush says, so does that mean it's running at 120 watts GPU plus 20 watts CPU? Right now it's doing that, yes. Peaking at maybe 122 watts with 23 watts to the CPU. Keep in mind that this benchmark is not very CPU centric. So CPU bound games would demand more wattage and the GPU would not boost as high. The CPU would be taking more wattage. So the balance will be different in that scenario. So we're doing 71 watts, 70 watts, 80 watts, 95 degrees on that CPU. GA says, thanks a lot, no problem. Happy to help with my recommendations there. Okay, so there's our score for an RTX 4090 at about 115 to 122 watts, 17,068 for the GPU score, 11,500 for the CPU score. And that's the difference between a 175 watt and 115 to 122 watt. You know, a normal 175 watt, like the Scar, for example, gets right around 21,700-ish, somewhere in that range. So we're losing about 4,000 points. So you're looking at about a 25% improvement if you go with the full wattage 4090. Honestly, this is still a large portion of the performance of a 4090. obviously performance will vary from game to game because not all games are GPU bound. I'm talking about GPU bound games where you're being bottlenecked by the GPU. You're going to notice that full 25% gap in terms of performance. If you're in a CPU bound game, you're going to notice potentially no impact or very little impact. Like in an esports game, you're probably still going to get over 240 FPS in most esports games. Though it's going to depend. 11,500 for a CPU score is not super high. It's good. It's decent. It's going to be good enough for the vast majority of games, but like a really high-end CPU, like in the Blade 16 with the i9-14900HX, that's going to score more like in the 16 to 18,000 ballpark range, which is significantly improvement for multi-core rendered or multi-core enabled games. But most CPU-bound games are still more like one or two threads. So yeah, this is still going to provide very good performance overall for CPU-bound games. Let's go ahead and do our AIDA64 test. I also want to show you I did a time spy run on battery mode with the 4090, and I saved the result. So you can see that in battery mode, I got 8,400 and 9,200 for the CPU. And the first time I ran this actually with a little bit more battery, I got like 9,500. So that shows you that you can game really well with the 4090 in battery only mode. That's still going to be enough juice to do most AAA games on ultra settings at over 60 FPS and most esports games at over 100 FPS. So gaming on battery is actually quite possible, but battery life will be very minimal, probably more like an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how you set it up. So let's go ahead and do our memory test. So AIDA64 cache and memory benchmark. Let's go ahead and see how we do. All right. So there's our memory speeds and everything. Intel Core Ultra 9 185H. $85,000 for our megabytes per second read speed initially here. That is slower than what we've tested with like the Kingston Fury Impact RAM. I think that was more like 109,000 or something. So even though this has high theoretical clock speed, the timings on the RAM are pretty wide at 64, 52, 52, 120. So, and it's a command rate of 1 as well. So obviously RAM sensitive games may not perform as well as like what you would get with like Kingston Fury Impact RAM if you upgraded it, you know. Kari says, how's the screen wobble so far? Screen wobble is just fine as long as it's on a stable desk. I don't notice any screen wobble under typical usage. If you're in a vehicle or a car, I think you're going to have some noticeable screen wobble because the screen is not super firm. Though you typically would also have wobble, you know, ordinarily with almost any laptop. But I think this is like going to just be an average amount of wobble. It's not super stiff hinge. Does it wobble with even kind of hard typing? No wobble with typing on a hard table. I showed this earlier when I was doing the flex test and stuff. And I demonstrated the wobble quite clearly. If you want to go back about a little over an hour ago in the live stream. Cheeky Coleman says, so what do you honestly love about this laptop? So far, I love the OLED display. I love how thin and light it is. I love the quality of the ports. The keyboard feels really good. The touchpad feels really good. The webcam's high quality. It has Windows Hello. The CNC milled aluminum chassis, I love that. There's a lot to love about the laptop. The main thing is just the main drawbacks is just the lower TDP on the GPU, and that the OLED display does not get as bright as a mini LED display. But an OLED display is thinner, more portable, higher response rate, faster response rate, and it provides for a thinner overall package. So it just makes sense in a thinner, lighter portable. So it can handle Adobe Suite well. Yes, this will handle Adobe Suite quite well. It does have the AI NPU on the Core Ultra 9 as well. So some AI tools in the Adobe Suite, especially I think are going to get more important as the years go on. That'll come in handy because that should be, it's like a kind of like a media encoder for AI applications that should improve AI rendering performance by a little bit. But I don't think it'll improve performance as much as having just a lot more cores and threads. Like an i9 14900HX would just power through the same AI tasks a little bit better, just because it can go to a lot higher wattage and has way more cores to tackle things. But compared to the same number of cores and threads from last year's G16, this should be like, I'm thinking, a lot faster in AI tasks. Sandus says, it seems like a good laptop as long as you're not expecting top performance. Yeah, if you're going into this expecting great performance for a thin and light, I'm thinking this is very impressive so far. And Kush says, as a graphic designer, occasionally using laptops on a bed too for light work or video watching, do you recommend the G14 or G16? I think either one would be excellent for using a laptop in bed for video watching or light work. Both would be very, very good. Both have great speakers and the similar quality of display and brightness. The G16 is just a bigger display, so I'd probably say that's a little better for watching videos. Lion Washer says, I remember you mentioned something about the BIOS update. Can you tell us about it again? So BIOS updates from Asus are applied typically through Windows Update or through the My Asus application. Those are the two ways to get your BIOS update. And it's usually done efficiently. And I've never had a laptop brick itself from an Asus BIOS update so far. I've had some Asus laptops and I've had an Alienware laptop brick itself from BIOS updates before in the past. Not necessarily going to happen now. The current gen Alienware has not bricked itself. I'm talking about one from like 8 years ago. Generally speaking, BIOS updates from Asus have been no problems, automatically done. What went wrong with silent mode and Time Spy? Didn't seem right. Performance seemed to just be stuttery. Herms LOL. It just wasn't enough FPS, like to actually utilize it in terms of gameplay. You know, typically I would hope that silent mode would still be enough performance to get enough FPS to play. And Asus told me that they were going to improve the silent mode in some way in a BIOS update next week. So yeah, I don't know the exact specifics about what they're changing. I just was told that the BIOS update next week is going to affect silent mode. Okay. All right. So there's our read, write, copy, and latency. The latency is higher. The Kingston Fury Impact, I believe, was 80 nanoseconds. This is 136. So this is not as fast of a latency, and the read and write speed is also not as fast as the highest end RAM. I believe this is still good, but not top tier in terms of RAM speed. So that's the 8064 RAM speed test. It's time to do our Cinebench R23 performance test. All right. I believe this is already not going to be bothering us, but I'm just going to make sure that OneDrive is not syncing anything. Because Cinebench R23 scores can be pretty sensitive to having, you know, different applications open and stuff like that. So, so we're going to try to just have our HW info window open. All right, let's see what we get, focusing just on Cinebench R23 to start with. Actually, shoot, let's see what we're boosting to right at the beginning. 113 watts of power as our peak right there, 109, 105. Oh, we have not done process lasso on this laptop yet, but we're hitting 4.6 gigahertz on the P cores, 3.3 gigahertz on the E cores, 98 watts of power, 105. We are thermal throttling at 96 degrees. We have hit thermal throttling. So we are currently being limited by thermals, which means that you could theoretically improve performance with a laptop cooler or with undervolting potentially. 19,300 for our first run score. The Cinebench R23 is good, but last year's laptops, I'm pretty sure got closer to 20K. We might be able to bust 20K if we just focus on the laptop, this window itself. I believe what we're seeing this year in 2024 processors is, since they added the cores for the AI neural processing unit, the NPU, I believe we're seeing slightly reduced performance because of basically part of the processor is being dedicated for the AI. And that'll reap benefits if you ever start utilizing those AI applications or integrations within the newer applications that come out here in the near future, or that are already coming out, like in Photoshop, there's generative AI that you can use already. I don't know if that uses the AI NPU or not. I've got to double check, learn more about the AI integrations and applications, but it's definitely something that could theoretically be used. 19,055, let's keep running it. So that was a run just focused on the Cinebench R23, and we'll let it keep running, and let's go ahead and install Process Lasso. These won't be valid test runs other than, I might actually have to download Process Lasso. Let's see here. Is it in here? So Process Lasso is a tool that you can use to focus the Windows tasks and prioritize certain tasks over others, so that your CPU can really just focus on one particular application. In this case, we wanted to focus on Cinebench R23 as the highest priority. So we're setting Cinebench R23 as above normal in our task range. All right. So that's going to make other applications a little bit less responsive, but it's going to prevent things like HW info from impacting our performance as much. Okay, so let's go ahead and just evaluate our performance as we go along here. Currently hitting the 95 degrees temp for the thermal throttle. We're doing about 100 watts, 103 watts of power. I mean, it's a good amount of wattage going through the CPU. Our clock speeds on the P cores are really good at 4.5 gigahertz. 3.3 on the E cores are also really good, but it's not necessarily like the best we've ever seen on the P cores and E cores, but those are close to peak all core performance levels. So that's all good. 19,400. Let's try 5 runs in a row, and then we'll see what our 5th run is. Like, it seems to be a pretty dang consistent about 100 watts going through the CPU. And this is going to have some variance from laptop to laptop, but it's going to be, this one at least seems to be pretty consistently hitting right around that. Are you able to run R24 as well? I do have R24. I'm not sure if I have it. I don't have it downloaded on here. 19,182 on that run. So for reference, if you were to go with, you know, a more powerful i9-14900HX instead of the Core Ultra 9, what you're going to look at is about 29 to 30,000, maybe 27, I'll say 27 to 30,000, depending on the silicon lottery you end up with. For Cinebench R23 scores. And if you can undervolt the i9, then you might get into the 32 to 35, maybe 36,000 range of performance, which is a pretty significant boost to multi-core levels of performance. 19,530. PSI says, sorry, just joined. Is this a vapor chamber? Yes, it is. It's a vapor chamber with 2 fans. Both exhausts are focused on pushing air towards the screen, so there's no side exhausts at all on this laptop, which is part of the reason why it's thinner, lighter, more portable, but also part of the reason why the TDP on this is not as high. So looks like we're starting to throttle down a little bit. Our package is coming down to 85 watts approximately on the CPU. And that means I believe we're hitting our long power limit that we set up in Armory Crate, which I think 85 watts is the maximum. And so now that we're at 85 watts, well, it's going to, since we, you know, where there's small breaks in between each run, it's boosting back to the 100 watts. I like to see that it's, you know, trying to get to that 100 watts as often as it can. You know, manual mode really pushing our temps and performance to the most that it can possibly go in this laptop. 85 watts again being hit as we run into the long power limit on the CPU. 3.3 gigahertz on the E cores, 4.2 gigahertz on the P cores. Those are all right. You know, 19,262. That's pretty good considering the wattage drop that we ran into at the end there. Again, boosting up to 100 watts, at least temporarily. But again, constantly thermal throttling during this initial little boost. Overall, very good performance. I think it's just a little bit sad for a lot of people that were looking at Cinebench R23 performance from 2023 models, and then they look at this one and they go, why is the performance slightly worse on the Core Ultra 9 versus, say, the i9-13900H or something like that that was in the previous versions? And that's because of the AI chips taking up part of the processing and not being utilized in a task like this. So 19,409 for our final run. For Cinebench R23 performance, I guess it's good. It's a trade-off, though, because 2023 models literally were doing over 20,000 with the Zephyrus G16 units. So definitely a trade-off. I feel like it's kind of a step forward if you're going to use those AI benefits. If you're not going to use those benefits, it's kind of a step backward. But for future proofing, I think it's better. Okay. I did want to run CrystalDiskMark for anyone that wants to see what the SSD performance is like. This is another thing I want to add with the AIDA64 test, just because, you know, I think some people will want to see the SSD speeds, at least what's coming out of the box. Keep in mind that SSDs will vary from laptop to laptop. Sometimes they'll use different brands depending on what's available from suppliers. So PSI says, awesome. How is the fan noise pitch compared to 2023 G16 or other thin laptops? I think the fan noise pitch is good. It's not too whistly or bad in any way. I think it's pretty good. William Alexander says, I don't get why brands have to release a yearly version of everything nowadays. There's hardly any improvement from what I can see. So William Alexander Murphy, I tend to agree with you. This iteration of 2024 laptops hardly have improvements over the 2023 version in terms of hardware. And that's mainly from Intel and AMD processing perspectives. Those processors are basically, in some ways, less powerful unless you're talking about the AI compute functionality. Looking at our SSD speeds right now, it's very good. 7,000 for our read, 6,500 for our write. Those are phenomenal. These are different file size. Basically, like these are a bunch of little files. These are big files. So if you're moving lots of big files, this is the speed you should get. Medium, you know. Overall, in terms of SSD performance, it does not get much better than this. Well, it does, but this is very good. You're not going to notice anything better than this. I mean, honest, like it could be way worse than this, and you wouldn't notice. Like this is kind of overkill already. So, so excellent overall SSD speeds. Let's go ahead and check out so this is our itinerary. If you want to see what we're going to do next. Time to move into our game testing. Overall, first impressions on everything is very good. Honestly, a little better than what I was expecting we would have. Like, I would say Cinebench R23 performance was a little bit disappointing, but the Time Spy performance was a little bit better than I was expecting. I was expecting closer to 16,000, maybe 16,500. And for Cinebench R23 was maybe 500 to 1,000 points below my expectations. I was expecting a little bit over 20,000, like 20,500, maybe 21,000. So do we know what SSD is in stock? Let me see if I can see it here in the HW info. I need to reopen HW info in the summary mode, and we might be able to see what the SSD is. I'm not seeing where it shows the I'm not sure if it would show it in here or not. I would think it would, but here's the SSD information, but it's not showing it. Maybe in system information. Yeah, it's not showing the brand. When we took the laptop apart, there was a covering over the SSD, so I couldn't see what the brand was. Yeah, I'm not sure what the brand is. All right, let's go ahead and go into the firing range. The SSD speed is impressive. Yeah, it is good. I know this has been asked, so if anyone knows, Brandon can answer if it would be helpful. How was the screen wobble? I went over, if you want to see the examples of it, I would suggest going to the quality control portion. I do move the screen back and forth, tap it, and type on it to show you that. But the screen wobble is good. I didn't notice any screen wobble under typical usage. Okay, so gonna need to reposition the camera and my body for our game testing. All right. And we also need to reopen HW info again too, so we can see our CPU information. Okay, so we are on ultra mode, ultra settings. Let's see what our FPS is like. Audio is loud, crisp, and clear, which is great. 189 FPS, 126 for our 1% lows. This is, I mean, obviously really good performance overall, but it's not as high as what we're going to get with a full power 4090. Let's try low settings, which is what most people are going to do anyway, right? If they're trying to go for Apex Legends competitive settings. I'm hoping we can push up to the 200 and... I'm hoping we get to the 240 FPS range. So we're doing 233, 230, 225. We had some 1% low stutters, really hurt our 1% low for a moment there. This display is great to play on. Let me try resetting our values so I get a better 1% low reading. 145 right now for 1% lows. 227. I mean, this is going to be a really good overall experience in Apex Legends, but, you know, with the full power 4070 and an i9 14900 HX, you're going to get closer to like 280, closer to 300 FPS max. So let's go ahead and see what we get in an actual match. In terms of ghosting, no ghosting on the display. It felt really good to use. Sandus says it shows in Device Manager. Well, we can check. Intel RST controller, but I don't see here. Disk drives. Literally, it just says NVMe. I can try right-clicking on and going to properties. drivers. Yeah, there's no details in here anywhere. So just know that it's a fast NVMe drive. That's the best I can do for you right now. We'll be testing CS2. So if you want the full list of games that we'll be testing, here it is. Actually, I believe we need to update this one to Helldivers 2. So Apex Legends, and then we'll do Helldivers 2. I think Helldivers is one word.
The things are coming for us. This outfit could use some high caliber accessories.
Science rules all. With its help, we will too.
We'll be doing Counterstrike 2 though. Valorant would definitely do 240 FPS consistently. 100%. Valorant is probably one of the easiest games to run. It's one of the main reasons why I stopped testing it. I know people want to see it because this is their game or whatever, but just know Valorant will run superbly on this. So okay, so I've reset our FPS counter. Currently, we're averaging the screen refresh rate of over 240 FPS. Our 1% low is not perfect, but you can see that the 1% low is just like these occasional like blips, like that one right there. That's what's causing our 1% lows. But the vast majority of frames are over the 240 hertz refresh rate. So, but let's see what it's actually like in compact, because that's, you know, that's a little bit more realistic, right? All right, we got a double. Whoa, there's a grenade.
Just giving my shields every time.
Oh, he got me. I got sniped from the side as well. Managed to snag a couple kills though. That was nice, and secure that point. Interesting that you spawn over here now.
Shops open for VIPs.
Don't know what that guy was doing, but it's a free kill. Oh, we snagged the kill steal on that guy.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline packaging.
So far the gaming experience is extremely good. I kind of wish the 1% low was closer to like 150, but it's still very, very good with no issues as far as I can tell, to the best of my knowledge. Oh my gosh, we both suck. Oh, that guy's gonna shoot me, right? Oh, he didn't. We are slaying out right now.
Yeah. In the mood for some shopping?
Introducing a new variable. Shields are recharging.
I hear someone. I can hear spatially that there's someone over here. Somewhere. There they are. No, there's someone over here.
Recharging my shield.
Mistakes were made, sir. Trying to heal right in front of me. I feel a little bit bad right now. All of these people are pretty new to the game. Someone's to my right and left. Oh, I caught him sniping. Oh, a grenade got me. Dang. That was a great run. Ratings leader eliminated. I was apparently the ratings leader, I think. Let's see here. Scoreboard. Yeah, look at me. Ratings leader. 12 kills already. Love it. Okay, so Apex Legends, great experience. I mean, it like, does it really get much better than this? Yes, in theory, it gets a little bit better for FPS, a little bit better for 1% lows, but response rate in esports games, it's so good. It's so fluid. This game feels great to play.
Nobody steals from me.
And I gotta say, these speakers are really good all around speakers for doing this kind of game where, you know, like, I've always been a fan of like the Blade series speakers because you have spatial awareness. Well, that sucks. Okay, he EMP'd me, just me, by myself. Okay, once we die here, we're probably gonna die here any moment now. Once we die, we'll move on to the next game. I'm just having so much fun. I cracked 3 different people's shields. Was not able to kill any of them. Oh, I got a kill there. Let's see if we can capture this. Nope. Okay. So, a lot of fun. Really fun playing Apex Legends with this laptop. It is really, really good. Over 240 FPS on average is phenomenal. So next game, we're going to go into Helldivers 2. Let's see how we do with Helldivers 2. So Helldivers 2 is a new co-op game. It's like super popular right now. LSP says GPU is only pulling 105 watts. Yeah, this GPU is not pulling a ton of wattage, but we still were able to get very good performance, and that's part of the new Ada architecture. The RTX 4000 series still performs really respectably when it lowers the wattage, especially in like a lighter weight esports type game. You should still get very, very high FPS. Year says, I have been waiting for this review for so long. Not sure if you remember, but I asked if you wanted to try out Arc Ascended on this laptop. Really high specs required for that game. I do not have Arc Ascended installed or downloaded yet. I haven't looked into it yet. I'm sorry. Helldivers 2 is so fun. I totally agree. It's just the game has a really great vibe that feels really, really great. All right, so for display graphics, we want 2560 by 1600. Render scale is quality. This is, I don't know if this is DLSS or if this is just native, or, you know, like, is this just lowering our, I'm not sure. Is that just straight lowering the number of pixels being rendered? Is that it? Or is it actually, I don't know if that involves DLSS or not. That I was going to play it at quality as well as my plan was. I could also try native, but anyway. All right, so let's go to graphics. We're going to use the Ultra Graphics preset and not change anything else, okay? So Ultra Graphics means everything is set to max, all right? So currently, 116 FPS, 115 FPS. Very good. Let's see what it's like when we actually get into combat. You can see I've got a lot of stuff unlocked. I'm still working on unlocking everything. The next like levels, getting to level 15, there's a lot of good stuff that I'm gonna unlock. So Helldivers is a game where you are part of Super Earth, and Super Earth is this. We're trying to colonize the universe, and there's two other types of beings out there, the automatons and the terminids, and they're encroaching on our space, and we're out to kill them. All right, so we'll fight some robots today, and we'll see if we can do. This is a pretty good one. Blitz, search and destroy.
Initiating FTL jump to the drop layer system.
So we've got to jump to a different system. Hassan, I didn't ignore you. I just didn't see it. There's a difference. I didn't purposely ignore you or anything. Okay, so things are playing really smooth so far. One stutter there. Let's go ahead and jump into the Hell Pod. I don't know if we're going to get teammates or not. The goal is to destroy automaton fabricators. All right, so we will use the Eagle airstrike, the orbital precision airstrike, the grenade launcher, and a mortar sentry. Or should I do the guard dog?
Allied destroyer has joined.
All right, we got some teammates. That's really good.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Okay, Hassan, let me see your message. All right. Hassan says, hey, I want an esports laptop, mainly for Fortnite and Overwatch 2, and I don't play AAA games and story mode games. I was planning on getting the G14 2023 with a 4090, which is currently, you mean, I believe 4060, yeah. 4060, $999 on Best Buy. That would be a great laptop to play those games. For the money, that's excellent. Hassan, that you're going to probably really love it. The only downside is the 14-inch display is not necessarily great for esports. A little bigger display is a little bit easier, I think, to see and aim. But I think it's still going to be very, very good. The only other one that might be a little bit better for esports around that price point would be like the Aorus 7 with a 360 hertz refresh rate display. When you're playing esports games on low settings, you should be able to push higher than the 165 hertz refresh rate of the Zephyrus G14. So that's the main downside to the G14. 165 hertz, though, is still very good for esports for the money. It doesn't usually get much better than that. So Kari says, not kill, I think you mean liberate. Yeah, we do a lot of liberation in this game. That's true. The Aorus has an i5. The i5 is still usually pretty good for esports games. Check out my review of it. It was still pushing the frame rates in a lot of the esports games to some of them all the way to the 360 hertz refresh rate on the monitor. Like Valorant could go that high, or League of Legends could go that high. Yeah, so it depends on the game. All right, so here we are, Helldivers, ultra settings with render quality on quality. All right, so I want to call in my grenade launcher and my guard dog, hopefully before we start getting swarmed. All right, and I want orbital strike on this building over here. Hopefully that lands on the building. So you call in these, okay, we just destroyed one of the outposts, which is good. Okay, we've got a whole lot of dudes here. So this is a game where you die a lot. So if you play this game, expect to die a lot. It's normal. Sometimes you just get one-shotted by random things. You call in orbital strikes, you call in weapons, you have a good time, you liberate planets from robots and giant swarming bugs, and it's really fun if you go in with your friends in particular. So right now we're doing 67 FPS. I mean, that's obviously going to be very playable. It's going to feel good, but let's face it, it's not great for a shooter game, you know? Oh, it's a tank. I don't know. I don't think I have anything that, besides my orbital strike, that could kill that tank. I might be able to kill it with an eagle strike. Let's see if the eagle strike will do it. It hit it, but I don't know if it blew it up. No, it did not blow it up. I think we're just gonna run away from that tank.
Reloading.
Oh my goodness. Hopefully my teammates can do some damage. So 66 FPS right now on ultra settings. My teammate just died. Okay, I'm in the line of fire. I can't just recall. It's hard calling in stuff. You have to like do certain key combos to call in orbital stuff. And it can be very difficult. Oh, come on. The grenade launcher's not doing it at all right now. All right. We're going to call in some reinforcements. So as you get, as you level up, as you get more experience, what happens is you get to unlock better weapons and more cool orbital strikes and stuff. And that feels really cool, getting progression into better and better equipment. So I'm going to call in an orbital strike on these buildings. The mission that we're on right now is blowing up all these buildings. So I'm just calling in an orbital strike right now. It takes a few seconds for it to come in. And I just blew up 4 guys and the building. And you can aim down sights. If you change some of the game settings, you can aim down sights better. To where you can tap and aim down sights more often. Looks like there's another building there. Nice, we blew up another automation outpost. We need to destroy 3 more and the mission will be done. My teammates are dying left and right. Okay, my teammates already called in another one. Patriot Eagle exosuit. I don't know what the heck. What is that? I've never used that before.
Calling down a sentry.
Can I get in this? I can.
Calling down a sentry.
It's got a rocket launcher on this thing. I love it. My teammates just died again.
Cross air reinforcements. I'm sorry.
I don't know how much ammo it has though, because I think I already ran out of ammo on my rocket launcher. I'm gonna get out of this because I need to be able to call in. I need to be able to call in an orbital precision strike on those buildings. Oh my. This thing works really good against the light guys, but this is a heavy duty enemy right here, and I don't think I'll be able to kill it with this like at all. So let's switch to my grenade launcher.
Last reload.
Okay, we're ready to extract. Hey teammates, I gotta go extract here. Ooh, the Hulk got me.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters.
So let's, while I'm dead, let's try going to graphic settings and go to low preset. There we go. All right, so we're on low graphic settings now. Let's see what our FPS is like. Now we're in the, well, we were in the 80s for a little bit there. Oh God. Oh, please have killed that thing. I can't kill this thing with my regular gun here. Okay, it died. Unless I shoot it from behind. So 71 FPS. Let's go. I'm resetting it. 71, 29 for our 1% lows. Things got a little smoother. We're going to low settings, but ultra settings looks good enough. Okay, a guy's calling in reinforcements already. I think ultra settings is probably the way I would still play this. You know, it's not like a Twitch shooter in the sense that like you're competing like Apex. So, I mean, I played quite a few hours of this at 60 FPS, 60 to 70 FPS on ultra settings, and it still felt great, I think. But this is definitely a demanding game, and you're not going to be able to play this game on max settings on every single laptop out there. You know, it's gonna be a bit more challenging than that. It's gonna be challenging for like a 4060, for example, or 4050 to play this at QHD. I don't know if it's gonna be able to do 60 FPS. Probably not. Let me get my guard dog back. I died and lost my equipment.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Throwing supply beacon.
So this guy I just put on, it's a little bot that floats around me and shoots enemies.
Support weapon.
Low settings, things seem to get a little bit pixelated or pixely looking when looking at the distance. I don't love that. Let's go back to ultra settings. Yeah, it's only like 10, 15 FPS more that you get from going to low settings. So not really worth it. I think just playing on ultra settings is better.
Requesting air support. Minus 10 seconds. That's empty.
Got 5 kills with that orbital barrage.
This is Pelican 1.
Uh-oh.
Visual on the extraction zone. Requesting orbital strike.
We got a big guy coming in.
Freedom never sleeps.
Here's our extraction. Let's see if we can get out of here alive. I think we'll be able to make it. Nice. That's a very successful Helldivers mission. Great example of the gameplay. It's a lot of fun. And fighting the bugs versus the machines, it's a pretty big difference, you know. One thing I want to say is, even though we're on max fans, these speakers are loud enough where I'm not really hearing the fans much because the speakers are so loud. I love that. Also, the wrist rest on the left side is warm but not hot, so that's good. So overall, very good gaming experience at Helldivers, but I would say a full-powered 4090 is going to be better. It's going to push probably closer to, you know, 80 FPS on ultra settings probably. It's going to be another 25% faster, you know, and that's going to be a bit better experience, you know. So bingo. Go ahead and back out of there. So that's Helldivers for you. Let's move into Counterstrike 2, and let me check chat as well. Oh, I wasn't checking the TDP and temps of the. I was too focused on the gameplay, trying to not die. Let me go back and look at some of the gameplay from Helldivers 2 and see what our temps are and all that stuff. So our temps, 72 degrees on the GPU, 84 on the CPU. It's a bit warmer, but still, 80s is still good. 16 gigs of RAM being utilized, and only 7 gigs of VRAM being utilized. So all good on all of those fronts. No issues there. Very interesting. Excellent. So let's go ahead and move into our Counter-Strike benchmark. So we need CL show FPS 1. There we go. All right, and go to video. And yeah, so we're on very high video default. Let's go to play. Dust 2 deathmatch, activate, and oh, there we go. All right, so now we're showing the screen. LSP says only 3.45 gigahertz. So you need to, LSP, you need to keep in mind that we're using the HW info number, which is showing the average core speed of all the cores. So it's not really showing the highest core speed, which is usually what I think Afterburner shows us, or Afterburner shows us like one of the core speeds and not just, you know, any random one, you know? So yeah, so I think overall the core speed's still good. It's hard, one of those things that's hard to judge, you know? I'd really like a different weapon. Okay, I'll go with this one. So our FPS right now is 200, and we're in the 200s. We're in the high 100s slash low 200s on Ultra. Nice quick scope there. We're on very high settings though, that's the thing. So if we go change just like one thing, probably like anti-aliasing down to 2x maybe. I'll bet we'll be able to get, yeah, we're still in the 200, we're still hitting pretty close to the same FPS. Let's see, we might need to change something else. I don't know, let's go to high. We'll go to high defaults and see what that does for us. Dang. This feels really good to game on though. Like, it's so responsive. It's very quick. Like, I feel I have excellent gun control. Even though we may not be hitting max FPS the whole time, we're hitting very high FPS. I think we're first right now. Are we? No, we're not first. We came in late, but we're doing really good. Oh, the guy was trying to knife me. Dang. Okay, well, that's Counterstrike. Very good FPS. I mean, over 200 pretty often. Not quite perfect. Not quite perfectly. Sometimes dipping into the hundreds, but it feels very good to me. I feel like I could definitely play this competitively without any issue on high settings or even very high settings. Okay, so moving into our next game, Illuvium. And let me also check chat. Okay. There isn't more options for the best esports experience at $1,000 price point, right? Rather than the Aorus and G14. I mean, there are going to be other options. It's gonna vary. You know, it's gonna vary. From laptop to laptop, from time period to time period. Look at my top deals. But I would say if you can, try to get a 240 hertz. Like, that's kind of like the gold standard, I would guess. I'd say getting at least a 240 hertz if you want esports focused laptop. 165 is still very good. And overall, I think the G14 is probably the best laptop right now under $1,000 in terms of overall gaming experience and premiumness and all of that. It's I would say the G14 is the best deal, Hassan. So for under $1,000 currently. LSP says I use Afterburner rather than HWinfo. Yeah, I would use Afterburner if I could, but Afterburner does not work with the Core Ultra 9 processors yet. So can you use Process Less So on games? Yes, you can, and it might slightly improve your performance. if you have a lot of stuff running in the background, I guess. But generally, games will take up the focus as long as you have it in the full screen anyway. So we'll play a ranked match today for Illuvium. All right, so this is the current deck I've been running. It's a deck that's very focused around it's a deck that's very focused around tanks that deal damage and can take damage, and a lot of healing with Verdant and Mystic. So Illuvium, the core gameplay for the ranked mode right now is Arena, and it's like kind of like a game of chess where you play against your opponent, putting units on the board that then battle for you. And it's all about unit placement versus your opponent. This guy's got a good deck against me, but I might be able to beat it. We'll see. I think this is the right way to go. And I think that's the right way to go. Hard to say. Sanda says, by the way, tried to search the SSD model number you got. It refers to an SK Hynix. So it seems like pretty good stuff. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I mean, SK Hynix is very common. Very commonly used. Let's see here. What did I get? I got the reactive transference, which will give my dude energy. All right, so we, on our settings, we're windowed full screen. We'll turn off frame rate cap for now. Graphics, we'll do to quality, epic settings. Did I just crash the game? Dang, it looks like I just crashed the game. Let's reload it. We can reconnect to the match we were in. What's the battery life, Smoke Blast? So I've done some testing generally using it, but I haven't done like a detailed actual battery test. It's going to be good though. It's got a 90 watt hour battery, and if you optimize it correctly, you know, OLED tends to be a very power efficient display. So if you have the brightness, you know, at a reasonable level of brightness, and you have the, you know, your Bluetooth off, or you're not like jamming the CPU and GPU, you know, you're being very efficient about it, you should be able to get a pretty dang good, can I get, wow, I was able to get my guys down. Oh, wait, no, we're on round 2 now. Okay, let's see here. Can I put this down? End that? No, I cannot. Let's go this and this then. All right. So let's see if that saved our graphics settings. So we are on Epic. What the heck? We didn't even change anything that time. I can hear the game going. Oh my. All right, well, we're gonna have to reopen it again. There must be some bug when you're going through the menu, it like minimizes the game or something. Smoke Blast says, okay, OLED versus mini LED on battery life. I'm pretty sure OLED would be a little bit better for battery life. So battery life, if you're doing it optimized, light office tasks only, like light productivity, web browsing, and office tasks, you know, I'm thinking you're gonna get 6 to 8, maybe more, maybe less, depending on how you optimize it. Like, but I think 8 should be possible if you're very conservative with your setup. Yeah, it's funny. This is like the first time I've had this happen, what it's doing there. So it's pretty annoying that it's happening like that. Let's go ahead and do that in the corner over there. We'll do that. Okay, so what I've got right now is Behemoth. Behemoth means that every 4th attack, Behemoth units deal bonus damage based on how much health they have. They do 25% of their max health as additional physical damage, and they will stun their opponents for an amount. Dang it, this guy attacked the wrong dude. So we've got to kill. Our priority is killing his 2 guys that use Inferno. They just do a ton of damage. Yeah. They do a ton of damage. It's their... Once an Inferno unit uses an ability, they start continuously applying HP damage, a percentage of your HP, your unit's HP, over time. So they do very quick, high impact damage, which can be really annoying to deal with. All right, so we need to reposition our units like this and like this, I think. And I'm gonna say we should do this, and I want to reposition this guy to be out in front to take the brunt of the damage. All right, so that should be better positioning because my goal is to catch this guy and this guy as a priority. Smoke Blast says, I'm thinking of the Blade 16, but can't decide on mini LED or OLED on battery. I'm pretty sure OLED's going to be more power efficient, but I think both have potentials. So we killed one of his Inferno units. That's really important. Wow, he did so much damage to my guys. I need... Oh, we're going to lose this right here. So that's it. We're going to lose 4-0 this time. It's okay. It happens. But that's an example of a Illuvium match. We're doing over 100 FPS here on epic settings, which is very good, obviously. Let's go into the overworld and see what kind of performance we're going to get in the overworld. So in the overworld, this is going to be a much more demanding area to run the game. Lots of in-game resources. So the point of this game, the point of this part of the game is you run around and you collect resources and you capture creatures, and you collect them so that you can use them in the arena battler, or you can just improve your collection. You know, it's a collection game, a lot like a Pokemon game, like Pal World, or like any Pokemon game that you know of. So there's lots of different movement mechanics. There's anti-grav boots. You can use this to obviously climb up onto things. There's also jump jets, which you can use to fly around. And we need to make sure that we're actually going towards something. So we go north. So this is the heat map. We can see where there's stuff on the map for us to go collect based on the heat map. And you can improve all kinds of things. Oh, when I press escape, for some reason, that's when it... I wonder if it's something related to this laptop, because I've never had this happen before on any other laptop, and it's never happened on this laptop, but it's happened 3 times now. So I'm pretty sure me pressing escape is what's causing it to go down. I would bug report it if I could, but I can't right now. So this is like a open beta. The Overworld's currently in private beta. I'm a big fan of Illuvium. I'm invested in the Illuvium project. It's an open cryptocurrency based project, and all of the assets you capture on the project will be on the blockchain, so you'll be able to trade them and use them, actually own them. So I would love to show you guys that game some more. I just don't know if it's worth. Okay, we'll try one more time, but I gotta not press the escape key, I guess. Yeah, I'll just try running around a little bit more in Overworld, and then move on to the next game. The next game will be God of War, though. So one more time, let's try it. Yeah, this is gonna come out. It was supposed to come out. I mean, it should come out in the next 3 months sometime. It got delayed again another 3 months. I really don't want it to get delayed again, but this game is probably going to be the main game I play when it comes out because I'm so excited about it. Yeah, I love the idea of Power World. I love the idea of Pokemon, but I hate that I can't actually own the resources in those games permanently. So I pressed M and it, I don't know. There's something buggy going on right now. We're going to move on to the next game. That's the first time that's ever happened with the game, though. So really weird. Overall performance was stuttery loading in assets. Once the assets were loaded in, the gameplay was very smooth, even in Overworld, which is a very demanding area of the game. All right. How is the fan noise after playing for a while? So right now we are currently running in max fan mode. I did a fan noise test, which you can go check out in the, I don't know, it's about an hour ago right now in the live stream. And around the 2 hour-ish mark, we tested the fan noise on all the different fan profiles. It was 57-ish, I think 58 decibels on max fans, 53 on turbo, 49 on performance mode, and like 40 on silent mode, which is very good. So 16:10 aspect ratio, DLSS on quality, that's what we're looking for. Graphics, we're going to go to Ultra. Is the 4090 Asus really $1,000? No, Smoke Blast, that was a typo. A 4060, he did like the explanation. Yeah, okay. Okay, so here we are. God of War, Ultra settings, QHD, DLSS on quality. A full power 4090 in this, I think, does about 115 to 140 in that range, depending on which one we're talking about. But typically, I would say it averages around 120-ish, probably. So let's see what we average in this. Looking at our wattage poll, 105 watts, 95 watts, 98% GPU utilization, CPU at 35 watts.
Tracks. Not here, though.
Very good overall performance in the sense that this is a very playable, enjoyable experience, but that's a pretty big difference. 120 from 86, you know, that's about a 30% uplift, a little more than 30% uplift if you go to 120 FPS. So, but obviously it depends on which 4090 you're talking about. But with the most powerful 4090s, I would expect usually over 120 FPS here or around there. 86 is obviously good, but yeah, it's not ideal. If you do want that higher FPS experience, we can just go down to Ultra, graphics settings. Let that load in. And now we're doing 120 FPS with better, a little bit better 1% lows, or at least reasonable. We're loading in, you know, all the assets again because we switched settings. There you go. So 135.65 for our FPS if we're doing original settings. So extremely good gameplay experience. Again, with God of War. Great game. Highly recommend God of War. Absolutely phenomenal. Moving into Cyberpunk 2077. Smoke Blast says, so if a 1440p OLED can get equal or better than a mini LED at 1080, I'm okay with that. I'm not sure what you mean. I would not really recommend buying from B&H Photo. They don't have a very good return policy, and you can. I've heard people get screwed over from not being able to return their laptop if they bought it from B&H Photo. So be cautious, I guess. Unless it's a really good sale, I wouldn't really recommend B&H Photo. Smoke Blast says, we're talking about battery? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, display resolution doesn't really affect battery life as much as how efficient the CPU is versus the GPU, and how, if you can, like, for example, if you can turn off the dedicated GPU, I think that's very important for battery life. Having a integrated only dedicated mode is very, very important, I think. Okay, so DLSS, we're on Ray Tracing Ultra, DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled with ray reconstruction enabled. Let's hop into a benchmark. How loud does the fans get? Fans? The fans on max is like 57.5 decibels, Pikachu. But on turbo mode, it's like 53 decibels. Okay, so here we are, Cyberpunk 2077, Ray Tracing Ultra, DLSS on quality, QHD resolution, 77 FPS, 29.1% low. Currently doing this test on a higher end 4090 gets us, I think, a little over 100 FPS. So we're looking at, you know, about a 20, close to a 25 FPS uplift by having a more powerful GPU to a higher TDP. Notice we're only pulling 96 watts going through the wattage there. Not, well, 132 watts for a moment there. Peaking, but being more sustained in the 95-ish watts range, 95 to 100, with high GPU utilization. So we're primarily GPU bound in this situation. 42 watts going to the CPU, 88 degrees on the CPU for a moment there, 85. Still not thermal throttling on the CPU, which is great. But overall, considering we have frame gen enabled, 80 FPS is not amazing. Cyberpunk counted it as 74 FPS with a min of 38. And with frame gen enabled, typically I recommend trying to get over 90. So if this was me playing the game, I would lower the settings a little bit more. I'd probably go balanced on DLSS, and I might go like ray tracing on medium or something. Ray tracing medium with balanced. All right, let's try that out. See if we can get Cyberpunk to go above 90. B&H store is so cool. That is true. The B&H store in New York is really cool. I got to tour it before, and yeah, it is great. Over 90 FPS now, at least as recorded by MSI Afterburner, 91 right now for our average. That is very good. And this is the settings I would use to play the game if I was trying to play Cyberpunk on this laptop, probably. It's going to be a very fluid experience, typically, I think. Is path tracing on? No. We have ray tracing on medium right now. Ray tracing medium, DLSS on balanced. If you enabled path tracing, you probably would be cutting your FPS in half or something. It really hits the FPS pretty hard. Just tuning in, any deal breakers so far? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, everything is lining up with what my expectations are, and we've had no major problems or issues with the hardware or drivers or BIOS or speakers or camera or anything like that so far. So far it's been very good. Cyberpunk claiming 85.8 FPS with 44 for the min. We averaged 95 FPS. Let's go ahead and move on to our next game. We're looking at Hogwarts. Hogwarts Legacy. Recently, this game has gone through a big optimization improvement. Hogwarts Legacy, the devs did a really good job making some big strides forwards for optimization. So I'm hoping we can get over 90 FPS with everything maxed, DLSS on quality with frame gen on. Is the fan always on no matter what mode it's on, like most reviewers are saying? Good question, Todoroki. I don't know if that's the case. I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you're just lightly web browsing, it's not loudly on, at least when I'm just lightly web browsing. Like if I'm in performance mode, in battery, sitting on the couch, I don't think I heard the fan like at all. Spinning up, like downloading the applications and installing stuff. But when you're playing a game, yeah, you're going to hear the fan for sure. I don't know. I refer to my fan test if you want to know how loud the fans get. It was like 49 decibels in performance mode when playing a game. If you put Armory Crate on silent mode, it shouldn't turn on. Well, it will probably turn on very lightly, but in my silent mode test, it was less than 40 decibels, which is very, very quiet. But it's still going to be possible to hear it. So we're on Ray Tracing Ultra with everything on Ultra. DLSS on with Frame Gen enabled. Let's hop into our benchmark. Okay. Wow. We are doing over 120 FPS right now. So the first time in Hogwarts, I was run through and try to load all the assets in. You can see it really loves a lot of RAM. We're doing 21 gigs of RAM right now. This is one of the games you really want more than 16 gigs of RAM. Doesn't always negatively impact performance much, but I think it does a little bit. Once everything's loaded into the game, all the textures and all the environmental things, usually the 1% lows are a bit better, but it just depends. I don't know. We'll see how this does. Okay, so interesting. Very high CPU, GPU combination wattage, 57 watts to the CPU, 97, 92, 95 watts to the GPU. So combined, we're looking at close to 150 watts almost. Which is really good for a thin and light laptop. Let's go ahead and run through this. This is the start of the benchmark now. 120 FPS, 51 for our 1% low, now down to 29, now down to 11. We had that stutter come through right there. Okay, so 117 FPS for our average, even better than I was hoping. Very, very, very good performance. 21 for a 1% low though is meh. It's very meh. Other laptops that I've been testing recently seem to have better 1% lows than that, but the average FPS though, excellent. Also notice, isn't the display gorgeous? Like the colors on it is so nice. I'm not even at max brightness. Now I'm at max brightness. It just looks so good. Like, this display looks amazing. I would love to game on this display. I would say it's a little bit better than my Blade 18, though my Blade 18 does get a little bit brighter. So not quite as peaky as the Blade 18, but this I don't know. I like this display a lot. I would take an OLED 18-inch display. The main thing about the OLED displays, they're not as bright. And after getting used to the Scar 18 mini LED, I really like that. Okay, so Hogwarts Legacy, very, very good performance, except for the 1% lows. But Hogsmeade, where we are now, has terrible 1% lows, typically on most laptops. So it's not too unexpected. I guess there's still more optimization that needs to be done. Okay, Dead Space is next. So Dead Space, the remastered version of the game, very demanding for the CPU and GPU, and can be pretty difficult to run at high FPS. So it'll be interesting to see what we get here. What's up, Doc Boys Gameplay? Welcome to the stream. I'm actually curious to see the new Blade 18. I really like Razer because they're quieter than most laptops. Yeah, I would agree that Razer usually does a great job of providing a good amount of performance and having high quality, low whistle, low overall fan noise. So, all right, so we're going to go to ultra quality with 240 hertz refresh rate. Not that we'll actually be getting that high of refresh rate anyway. Okay, so just starting out, initial evaluation, we're hitting 95 watts on the GPU. That's our base wattage. 41 watts to the CPU, 48, 42. So a high CPU utilization, pretty good GPU utilization, but because we're hitting so high on the CPU, we're not hitting the 115s. We're hitting more the base wattage, which is closer to which is set to 95. Some kind of stutters there as we started to turn around. Pretty normal in Dead Space. Notice the frame time graph is always wonky looking in Dead Space. Every time I test it, it's always like that pretty much. And the 1% lows do not translate, like it looks and plays very fluid and smooth to my eyes, even though the 1% lows look like it would be a slideshow. I don't know why that is, but that's just always happens in Dead Space. So right now we're doing 82 FPS, 26 for a 1% low. Gameplay feels good. It's smooth. This would definitely be a very enjoyable, playable experience, but what did we get on a high end, like Scar 16 or something like that? If you were to go for a thicker machine, pretty sure you're getting over 100 FPS in this same situation. I can't remember the FPS exactly, but it is going to definitely be more than this. Okay, so well, it'd be interesting to actually do some side-by-side benchmark comparison videos with a 175 watt GPU and this 115 watt GPU, just to demonstrate, the differences, especially since we're not really hitting 115 watts very often because the CPU is being slammed so much. If you wanted to hit the 115 watts more often, you could limit the CPU to use like less than 25 watts or something. And I'm pretty sure you could be hitting that 115 much more often. As the CPU uses more wattage, we don't boost as high on the GPU. So, but if the game needs CPU power to run smoothly, then you'll end up reducing your performance anyway if it's CPU bottlenecked. This game, we're not hitting 100% GPU utilization, but it's pretty good, pretty high GPU utilization. So I'm guessing you could probably reduce the CPU wattage a little bit and get a little bit better performance in this game. But all right, so 87 FPS, 25 for a 1% low. It's going to be very playable. It's going to be an enjoyable experience. There's no frame gen here. This is going to be a great experience overall in Dead Space at the current settings that we're at. So that's good. Let's move on to our next game. We're doing Starfield next. The Blade 18 is just too heavy for anything more than sitting on a desk. I mean, it's like a little over 6 pounds. It's not that heavy, okay? I have hauled, in college, I actually hauled around a 13-pound laptop. Yeah. 13-pound laptop. So, with like a huge, like 6-pound power brick. Like, it was like one of the big, beefy ones. The Alienware Area 51M was like a 10.5, 11-pound laptop with 2 heavy power bricks. It had also had a desktop RTX 2080 in it. But yeah, all right, so let's go into settings, display. We're gonna be at Ultra preset, FSR 3 with the frame generation enabled, okay? So frame generation enabled with FSR 3. Did we just crash? We just crashed, enabling frame gen. Love it. Testing the new technology out. Yeah. You know, here at Gizmo Slick Tech, we like to push the cutting edge technology to the next level. Anonymous Boss, Yo, Gizmo Slick Tech, will you get the Blade 18 when it comes out? Razer said they would send it to me. I don't know if they will for sure do that, but the thing about the Blade 18 is it's going to be almost the exact same thing, but with a better display. I'm thinking on my production list, I would really like to create a like Blade 18 review 1 year later, because I've been using my Blade 18 for over a year now, and I feel like that would be a really great example of, you know, performance or whatnot. So okay, so we have frame generation enabled, FSR 3 enabled, and FSR is on basically the quality presets because we're at 75%. All right, so let's go ahead and do a benchmark with FSR 3 enabled. 110 FPS, y'all, that's insane. That is really, really good. So in my initial testing, I actually found that FSR 3 gave me more FPS than DLSS. Isn't that interesting? More FPS with FSR 3. All right, so 100 FPS, 33 for a 1% low. So 133, FSR 3 with ultra settings. Let's go to DLSS now on quality with frame generation enabled.
That's the rock. Ranger Central. Not a bad part, too.
What happened to our overlay? Okay, what? It was not doing this when I was doing my testing before. I'm afraid we might need to close and reopen Riva Tuner. It was letting me switch between FSR 3 and frame gen, and it would show up under this Hey, there it's back. I don't know what the heck happened.
Oh, I never get used to it.
Okay, so here's our tests with just making verify our settings. We should still all be good. Well, frame generation turned off. Wow, Starfield. It's crashing on us. Okay. Yeah, and Thunderbolt 5. Yeah, the new Blade 18, obviously Thunderbolt 5, very important upgrade. You know, the display behind me. Case in point, if I want to use the display behind me with the Blade 18, I would need to have a Thunderbolt 5 port. So, yeah. Starfield just works, eh? Yeah. Jeez. Did I test the Scar 18 screen yet? Not yet. And I've actually got an update about the Scar 18. The Scar 18 mini LED display on the left side actually stopped working, and so Asus sent me another one, and I've got a whole new Scar 18 unit that came in yesterday. So, okay. DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled. We're all good now. Let's try another test. Okay, I think our 1% low performance should be a lot better than FSR 3. But I think our average FPS will actually be less, right? So FSR 3 did 100 FPS with 33 for a 1% low, where DLSS right now is doing 94 with 54 for our 1% low. Okay, so there it is, 94 with 47, and DLSS 3, 100 with 33. You know, I'd probably rather have this, 47 for our 1% low. It feels smoother, the gameplay feels a little smoother. I think FSR 3 not quite as optimized with inserting the frames to help prevent stutters, but the average FPS is higher for FSR 3. And I think that makes it at least competitive with DLSS on FrameGen. How about that? That is so freaking awesome. Giant thumbs up. Can I just say congratulations to AMD for pulling off FSR 3? Right? I think that congratulations are in order. I need to test it with an actual Radeon GPU and see how it shapes up versus something like this. But massive performance uplift in Starfield for Radeon GPUs, and if FSR 3 can be implemented in a lot more games, it's going to make Radeon GPUs far more viable, and it'll boost the value significantly of RTX 2000 and 3000 laptops, because now they'll have a frame generation option for them. Assuming that it all works just as well on those laptops as it does on the 4000 series. So, very interesting. Let's do a, I don't know, what would be good? I'll zoom in and we'll look at this door. All right, we're gonna look at that. So that's the level of detail we're looking at for, this is with DLSS on quality. Look at the stairs, look at the little details around the door, the doorway, the stonework in the building there. Those are the kinds of details you might lose when we switch to FSR 3. Let's go ahead and switch to FSR 3. All right, so that's what the details look like. I think it's very difficult to tell the difference between DLSS on quality and FSR 3 on quality. They both look really, really good. I don't know. Do you guys see a visual difference? I don't know. I personally can't tell a difference at this point. Maybe as I play more and experiment more with FSR 3, I'll be able to get a better feel for it. But overall, I'm very impressed with FSR 3, at least in the Starfield implementation of it. Okay, so moving on to our next game, which is going to be Baldur's Gate 3. That's also if NVIDIA allowed higher power limit cards. It's because it's restricting them. I think I'm coming in halfway through a conversation there. We also got the new AMD APUs coming. Basically removes need for a GPU at anything but medium to high end. Yeah, the AMD APUs with the improved GPU integrated into the CPU, like the ROG Ally, it can do a lot of games, even on pretty good settings, like medium to high settings, and still get 60 FPS. So, but integrating FSR into some of those games would probably boost the FPS to like 100, right? So, I mean, that's going to boost the like FSR 3 is going to boost the performance of all of those AMD APUs and make all of the handhelds even better. Like the ROG Ally, the amount of games that'll be able to push to over 120 FPS on the Ally will definitely go up a lot. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure all our settings are correct. We're going to turn off VSync. And we're going to set Ultra Preset, DLSS on Quality. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start capturing our benchmark. An ultra high-end gaming laptop with these same settings, I'm pretty sure would get closer to over 200 FPS in this scenario. Obviously, this being Baldur's Gate 3, 150 FPS is going to be a great experience. And whenever you do these turns, when you switch turns, I would say to expect stutters typically is pretty normal and ordinary. So 151 FPS for our average, 29 for a 1% low. I mean, it's excellent. It's an excellent gameplay experience. Like in a game like this, I don't think I could tell a difference much between 150 FPS and 200 plus FPS. It's kind of irrelevant as long as it looks smooth generally. And every single laptop, like I said, has stutters. So every single desktop too. It's just the way the game engine is. It's not optimized so that it doesn't stutter. That's it. The gameplay is generally very optimized anyway. 150 FPS, 42 for 1% low. Giant thumbs up, but you are definitely leaving FPS on the table compared to a higher powered 4090. Looking at our CPU, temp 82, 34 for our wattage, over 100 watts on the GPU, often at least, 105 frequently, 72 degrees for the GPU, and we're only hitting 68, 69 GPU utilization. So we're kind of CPU bound in this game to some degree. So to a large degree, as a matter of fact. So that might be like this FPS limit might actually be because we have a weaker CPU in this scenario. And if we had a more powerful CPU, we could actually go higher FPS. So that's an interesting thing that I did not expect, the CPU bottlenecking us there. So next up, we have Witcher 3, and then we're going to do a summary of everything we found out about the laptop today. So Anonymous Boss said, it wants me to try Stalker or Star Wars Dark Forces Remastered. I've never tried Star Wars Dark Forces Remastered. I know Stalker is a difficult game to run. Maybe. I would consider trying it. I think I own it on a different Steam account. The thing is, I just don't like paying for... I don't like playing for games unless I know for sure a lot of people want to watch that benchmark. Like, I don't mind paying for Helldivers when Helldivers is, you know, one of the most popular games right now. So we did Ray Tracing Ultra preset, DLSS on quality. We're going to go to frame gen enabled, full screen, 2560 by 1600. Everything looks correct.
This bard's tale begins near White Orchard.
5090 mobile needs 20 to 24 gigs of VRAM. I would love that. But also devs need to be optimizing so they don't go crazy on the VRAM utilization. That said, like for 4K gaming, which I think a 90 series GPU, like a 4090, 5090 GPU, should be capable of playing. 4K games are going to want more than 16 gigs of VRAM soon. And if you want to play on an 8K by 2K monitor like the one behind me, you're really going to want that additional VRAM because it's such a high resolution. So it's going to be very common, I think, to have VRAM limitations. And yeah, whenever I upgrade my next laptop, it'll probably be to a 5090 whenever that comes out. Okay, so here we are. We are ready to go. Ultra settings, ray tracing enabled, DLSS on quality, frame gen enabled, 78 FPS. We had one big stutter there. Kind of hurt our 1% low average. For the most part, our 1% low has been better than what it's showing right now, but it's slowly coming back upwards. 89 FPS, 32 for a 1% low. It's just enough FPS to where I can go, yes, I could play like this with ray tracing enabled without having to change any other settings, which is great. 89 FPS, 35 for a 1% low. It would be a great gaming experience playing on this. That said, I would probably rather turn off ray tracing and play even higher FPS. So now we're turning off ray tracing, 136. It's going to be even smoother, and our 1% low is going to be even better. So I would say this is the way I would play the game, especially since ray tracing really wasn't originally designed for The Witcher 3 in the first place. So, you know, disabling ray tracing still looks really, really good in this game, and in some cases even better when ray tracing looks buggy sometimes. But generally speaking, ray tracing still looks really good in this game most of the time as well. In some situations, ray tracing does look better, but when they're doing like the close-ups on the faces, like it was kind of originally designed for just the rasterization shadowing rather than the ray tracing. So anyway, 135, 54. I mean, very nice performance. So yeah, it's one of those situations where, yeah, we're going to get into it here in the summary review. Okay, so it's time to do the summary review. How do we do today? A little bit. This review is gonna end up being a little bit over 4 hours. That's a lot better than the G14 review where I ended up going over 5 hours. So I managed to keep this an hour shorter. I hope you appreciated it, and I managed to even include additional tests with AIDA64 and DiskMark. So okay, so here we go. It should automatically be in performance mode. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Hassan, I'm sorry, man. You can't get all the girls. You got to keep trying. You'll find someone that likes you eventually, all right? Okay. I'll look at chat here when we get done with the final summary review. Otherwise, I'm going to try to cruise through all the different topics. All right. What's up, and welcome to my final summary review for the Zephyrus G16 We just got done doing a 4-hour live stream, linked in the description down below if you want to check it out. This video is not sponsored at all. I always try to be fully transparent when it comes to sponsorships. That said, this is a review unit sent to me by Asus, and I know they tested it beforehand and all that before they sent me. So I appreciate them sending it to me, but it does not impact my opinion of the laptop at all, and I am free to say whatever I want about it. So, top deals, I went over the top 5 deals at the beginning. Right now, probably the Zephyrus G16 with a 4060 for $1,000 is the best deal right now because it's got a great display, good enough GPU, and a great overall portable form factor with the high quality, I think, premium feel. Very, very good deal right now. Links are in the description let me go ahead and just pull up the sheet real quick. So if you're interested in looking for top deals, there you go. There's the top deals for the top 10. And there's also the top 5 deals listed right there. If you want to check it out, please go ahead and click on the link in the description down below to my laptop list where you can see benchmarks, reviews, summaries of everything. And hundreds of thousands of people have looked at this list now at this point. Yeah, so let's talk top 3 competitors versus the Zephyrus G16. First, let's go over the basics about the Zephyrus G16. So this is a 2024 redesigned laptop. We've got a CNC milled aluminum chassis on this thing that makes it thinner. We've got an OLED display, which also makes it thinner. I think the hinge can be a little tighter. It's a good quality hinge, but I wish the hinge was just a little stiffer to give it a little bit more premium feel. This thing feels very nice in the hands as well. Going back to the specs, we've got an Intel Core Ultra 9 185H. That is 6 performance cores, 8 efficiency cores, and 2 high efficiency cores that are basically like AI NPU cores. And because of the additional NPU cores, we actually saw a little bit less CPU performance, getting around 19,200 in Cinebench R23 when last year's version of this was getting over 20,000 in Cinebench R23. So a slight reduction in CPU performance, which is a little bit sad to see, but also you have the AI cores boosting AI tasks like, I don't know, AI generated images in maybe Photoshop or other similar AI enhanced applications. So there will be future proofing that you're getting the Core Ultra 9. And I think it's probably a pretty good trade-off if you're a content creator or any kind of creator that can potentially take advantage of the AI cores. Other tasks that you might want to be aware of that AI can help with would be like, isolating you from your webcam background. If you want to replace the background in your webcam, it's another AI task that is an example of a minor thing that could help you. Also, Windows Copilot is a new AI assistant for Windows that could potentially use those AI cores as well. So we've got an RTX 4090 in this laptop, and this 4090 is only up to 115 watts according to Asus, but we actually saw up to 125 watts in certain scenarios in time spy, very low CPU utilization scenarios. We saw additional boosting up to 125, sometimes like 128, but I think the most we saw was like 132, but that was only for a brief glimpse. I'd say on average in most games under typical gaming workloads, you're looking at 95 to 105 watts on average, probably being about 103, 105-ish watts for most of the time. Now we have 32 gigs of DDR5 X7467, and the RAM speed is not super fast, and the latency is also not amazing. I think it was 85,000 reads, like 75,000 something right, or something like that, and then 137 latency for nanoseconds, which is again not as great because we've seen over 100K for the read and write speeds and like 70 to 80 for the nanosecond response times. So I would say that the RAM on this is not super fast, and it's also soldered. So big con there, you're not going to have upgradable RAM. 2 terabyte SSD, it's SK Hynix, very, very fast score in DiskMark, over 7,000, I think, read, and like 6,500 write speed. Extremely fast SSD out of the box. Giant thumb up there. QHD 240 hertz OLED display that was about 414 nits brightness was the highest rating brightness that we tested. Though most of the time I was testing right around 400-ish nits. 118,000 to 1 contrast ratio is superb. Perfect blacks on here. Very bright and vibrant screen overall. But you still have a little bit of bloom. You also have to worry about screen burn in because it's OLED. But as long as you put a screensaver on here, don't let the display just stay static for long periods of time, and you hide the start bar menu when you're not, you like have it auto hide. I don't think screen burn-in is something to be highly concerned about. I think the main downside to the OLED is that it's not as bright as a mini LED display, which can typically do sustained brightness like 600 nits or even like 800 or 900, depending on the laptop and the mini LED display. So, overall, I love the OLED here panel. It was great for gaming. It felt very responsive in games like Apex Legends. It was excellent. No ghosting, very fast writing in the information from the display, from the game into the display. The input lag was very, very minimal. It felt very good. Okay, so let's talk competitors real quick. Blade 16, higher powered i9 14900HX with more cores, more threads, more performance capable because of the additional cores and threads. Certainly worth considering if you need more CPU performance or GPU performance because it's also a 175 watt RTX 4090. Very similar QHD OLED display. Excellent. I got to see it at CES. I would say that the Blade 16 is going to give you CPU boost and GPU boost compared to the Zephyrus G16, but it's also going to be heavier and a bit less portable. So there's your trade-off. Do you want to go for the slightly thinner G16? It's also much cheaper. You're almost $900 cheaper here. So for bang for the buck, I think the G16 is the better choice. If you're after the most performance and money doesn't matter, the Blade 16 is probably the better choice. The Alienware X16 Core Ultra 9, so not as powerful of a CPU. RTX 4080 in this particular config unit, you can obviously get it with a 4090. You got a handy dandy RGB looking, you got RGB touchpad, which is pretty cool. It's obviously an Alienware software, Alienware premium build quality. It's going to be a good laptop, I think, for a lot of people out there, but it's also going to cost you more than the G16. So the G16, I think, is the better value, but the performance on the 4090 in both the Blade 18 and Alienware X16 are both going to be better because of the increased GPU wattage, which directly correlates to in-game performance for those of you that are after the most possible performance. Now, continuing down the list here, I just kind of went over the biggest pros and cons. This is a pretty economically priced RTX 4090 at $3299. It's not the cheapest ones. The cheapest ones are going to be like the Omen 17 or the Legion Pro 7i. But for a thin, light, CNC milled aluminum chassis, $3299 with an OLED display, I think it's like very nicely priced at $3299. It may eventually go on sale, but I wouldn't expect it to go on sale often or for very much because I think it's pretty competitively priced relative to the competition. That said, let's move on to the next. Unboxing the laptop was fairly simple, straightforward. We had a secondary box inside. There was a small box. The power adapter was a 240 watt power adapter with a reversible power plug that goes in either way. Very nicely designed power plug and power adapter that's going to be fairly portable. You, of course, have USB-C power charging if you want, and a very good overall port selection. You have two USB-A 3.2 Gen 2s. You've got two USB-Cs, one of them being a Thunderbolt 4, and the other one being a USB-C 3.2, both having power delivery, allowing you to charge the laptop from either side and utilize docks, Thunderbolt 4 eGPU enclosures, which you may want to use a long time from now. Obviously, right now, probably would not be worth it, but maybe when the RTX 6000 series comes out 6 years from now, you could use an eGPU and get a GPU upgrade on your laptop. Yeah, you have a full-size SD card reader that's rated for 312 megabytes per second. Excellent. Only thing missing here would be maybe a fifth USB A or C, but it is a thinner laptop. So I think the port selection is a plus. Okay. Probably the biggest cons to this laptop, soldered memory, so you can't upgrade it to faster memory, and or more memory if you want 64 gigs. Some creators or professionals will want 64 gigs or even 96 gigs. You can't do that with this one. You probably got to go for like the Blade 16 or one of the other SODIMM memory laptops out there. For removing the bottom, you'll need a T6 Torx screwdriver head, and you can utilize a keyboard, you can utilize a toolkit like the one linked in the description down below if you need one. But you'll need a Torx T6, which is going to be a rare screwdriver. You probably don't have one unless you bought a specialized kit for it. Now, the BIOS settings can pretty much all be changed inside of Armory Crate, so not much point in going into the BIOS settings. It's a pretty basic BIOS, but at least it's updated automatically through Windows Update, which is great, and usually won't have any problems. Now, the webcam quality was excellent, and Windows Hello has worked quite well for me, but I did have to upgrade the BIOS to get the Windows Hello to work properly, so be sure to update the BIOS to the latest one, which should automatically happen if you just do Windows Update, or you can use my Asus to use the updates through there, and it'll also install that way. The keyboard on this has additional key spacing for the 2024 version, slightly wider keycaps, about 10% bigger, making it a little easier to type on compared to the 2023 version. The keys feel good. The backlighting, I think, could be brighter and a little bit more uniformly lit, but it works fine. It's a single zone RGB keyboard, not per key RGB, which is a little bit disappointing, I think, for some of you that want the ultimate in terms of premiumness, but this is one of the ways that Asus is able to undercut the competition from the Blade 16 by doing a single zone RGB keyboard instead of a multi-zone, or even a per key RGB implementation. You can also make the laptop a little thinner that way, and keep costs down all at the same time. So keyboard feels good, has good functionality. I just wish it had FN lock added to it. I think that would be a really great feature to add. They can even do a software feature upgrade inside of Armory Crate, I think, to enable an FN lock type situation to where you can change the priority from F1, F2, F3 to the secondary key functions or vice versa. Webcam quality itself was actually pretty dang good. Good color replication and detail was good for a 1080p webcam. Giant thumbs up, give it an 8 out of 10. Could still be better, could be higher resolution, but it's still very good. The trackpad, large, very large, one of the largest trackpads you can get. 16 by 10 aspect ratio on the trackpad, matching the display resolution aspect ratio, not resolution, but aspect ratio. 16 by 10 trackpad here, very large glass, very easy to do large gestures. The click is good. I think the click could be a little bit better, but overall it's going to be about as good as a Windows trackpad will be. So giant thumbs up there. Laptop software, Armory Crate is pretty lightweight. It works well, no issues, fantastic. I went through a whole tutorial in the full live stream. If you want to check it out, please go check it out. Speaker test with a decibel meter. We saw almost 90 decibels of volume at different points in the songs. This laptop is bassy. It's got pretty dang clear mids and highs. It could be a little bit clearer on the mids and highs, and that would raise the rating up to match the Blade 18, but it's about as loud as the Blade 18, and it's almost as clear. The only reason it doesn't match the rating is because of the clarity, I think, could be better on the mids and highs. Very good speakers. You got upward facing and downward facing. It's going to be great for watching movies and playing games. And I didn't really even hear the fan noise very much because the speakers are so loud they can drown out the sound of the fans when actively gaming, which is just going to be great. You don't really need headphones as much with this laptop as you typically would with a gaming laptop. The 8064 RAM speed test, I already went over that a little bit a second ago. Cinebench R23, 19.5 thousand. Time Spy, we got 17,000 on the GPU, 11,500 on the CPU, which are good scores. In general, it's going to be excellent for QHD gaming, and we saw that in all 10 of our games that we tested today. We were seeing above 60 FPS, ultra settings, with typically very good 1% lows, except for buggy moments where things load in and stuff like that. Generally speaking, very good gameplay and optimization. Helldivers 2 was, I think, our lowest FPS, and we were getting, I think, around 65. Helldivers 2 was our lowest FPS. I think we're getting around 65 FPS in that on ultra settings. But it was still very playable. And since, I mean, it's a third-person shooter, the FPS, if you're above 60, is still good enough. There's no frame gen here. But it could be better. And if you had a full power RTX 4090, I think the experience would be noticeably improved. One of the few games where I think that the experience would be a noticeable improvement out of the games we tested. Apex Legends, I think we were averaging close to 240 FPS. I think it was 250 FPS in our actual gameplay test. And it felt great to play on because of the high response rate OLED panel. Very responsive gameplay, which was excellent. Counterstrike 2 on very high settings. We're doing like high 100s, so like 180 to 240 in that FPS range. Going down to just high settings boosted us up to be mainly over 200 FPS. Very smooth, very good gameplay as well. Illuvium, we had a very buggy experience because of Illuvium. I don't know what's going on. If it's with this laptop, something when I'm pressing the escape key, minimize the game for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe a driver update needs to be done or game optimization. Illuvium's still like kind of early access, pre-early access pretty much for the overworld. Not even out. It's like private beta. I have access because I've been a long time supporter. Love Illuvium. Love that game. I think it's going to be a fantastic game. And generally speaking, the performance in Illuvium in Unreal Engine 5 was good, except in overworld when loading in assets. That still needs to be optimized by the dev team there. I think that's more a dev issue, not a hardware issue. This will definitely be able to handle playing Illuvium no problem at QHD epic settings whenever it fully is released. God of War, we did, I think, around 77 FPS, I think, on ultra settings. When we went down to original, it boosted up to like 130 something, like 135. So 77 is obviously very good. It's going to be good enough to play the game quite well. But if you want the ultra high level of gameplay quality, realistically, you're going to need to get a full powered 4090 if you want the very best of everything. I don't know. That's another game, I guess, where you could see slight improvements on ultra settings going to a higher power 4090 because you get over 100 FPS with a full powered 4090 versus this 115 watt 4090. But it was still a good enough gaming experience to where I would not complain. If I played it, it'd be like, I mean, it's a third person action RPG, and getting 77 FPS with good enough 1% lows is still a great gaming experience. Cyberpunk 2077, I think we did 75 FPS on Ultra with ray tracing on Ultra and frame generation enabled. So that's not quite good enough for me. I had to drop things down to ray tracing on medium and DLSS on balanced for us to get over the 90 FPS threshold, which is still going to be a good gaming experience, but I had to fiddle with the settings a little bit to get it to run smoothly. Hogwarts, over 120 FPS on average, which is great, but our 1% low stutters were still an issue here. I don't know. I guess it's probably a CPU issue. I'm pretty sure we were CPU bound. So maybe this Core Ultra 9's just not quite got the chops to keep Hogwarts from stuttering, but it's also the most demanding area of Hogwarts, so it's kind of understandable. But we didn't have that kind of stuttering on some of the more powerful laptops like the Scar 18 that I recently tested. So it is what it is. Hogwarts performance, generally speaking, should still be well over 100 FPS on average, which is going to be great. And that was on all ultra settings maxed out with DLSS on quality. Dead Space, I think we're around the 80 FPS mark. And if you were to go to a higher powered 4090, you get over 100 FPS. So a noticeable improvement going to a higher FPS, but 80 FPS is still good enough to play that kind of game, a third-person shooter, kind of horror-ish game. Still going to be a very good experience. I probably would prefer over 90 FPS. So in a sense, I probably would tweak the settings down just a hair. I could still play it though, and it still feels super smooth and fluid. So no issues at all playing on ultra settings. Starfield, we got over 100 FPS with FSR3. It was amazing. FSR3 looks great, played great. Not quite as high as 1% lows as DLSS with frame gen enabled DLSS 3 versus FSR 3, but FSR 3 had a higher average FPS but worse 1% lows. So FSR 3, very impressed that it beats DLSS 3 in terms of raw performance. A lot of people are going to love that, and it's going to make older generation of laptops even better than what we're seeing right now and give them more gaming chops as FSR 3 is implemented into more and more gaming titles. And it's also going to make the AMD Radeon GPUs far more competitive than what we've seen from recent, I guess, benchmarks. That said, the Alienware M18 with the Radeon 7900M, it's got issues still. So yeah, I'm going to make a video about that separately sometime soon here. Hopefully Alienware can work with AMD and get those issues fixed and ironed out. Competition is good, in my opinion. Okay. Baldur's Gate 3, 150 FPS with a more powerful CPU. We were CPU bound. With a more powerful CPU, we should have been able to push over, I think, 200 FPS, probably like 220, 250 FPS approximately when I've tested with other laptops like the Scar 18 behind me right there. So I think that it's worth considering. I don't know. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that the gameplay is still really good at 150. It's a turn-based RPG. It looks fluid except for stuttering when you go between turns, but that happens on every laptop out there. So it's a great Baldur's Gate 3 experience for sure. Witcher 3, great gaming experience. Everything straight out of the box. 90 FPS with 90 FPS with ray tracing on ultra and frame generation enabled. Turning off ray tracing boosted us up to like 135 FPS. I'd turn off ray tracing. I'd prefer the higher FPS experience without ray tracing in that game. Yeah, so that's kind of how the laptop performs in all of the games and everything. Is the laptop actually worth buying at $32.99 if you want a very portable, very powerful, gaming capable of, basically you can play everything and have a great time in everything? Boom. I mean, it's still good. It's not going to be as future-proof as a higher powered RTX 4090 that's 175 watts. But for QHD gaming, as long as you can fiddle with a couple of settings, like it's very minor fiddling, honestly, and it's still all of the games played really, really well, but some of the games were not quite my like perfect, idyllic performance unless I tweaked a couple of settings down, which are hardly noticeable visually speaking. So yes, it's going to be a great gaming experience at QHD. And it's something I can definitely recommend if your focus is thin, light, portable, premium. Like those are your like most important features in the gaming laptop. And on top of that, this is undercutting the price point for things like the Alienware X16 and the Blade 16, while at the same time providing almost all, if not all, of the same premium features that those laptops provide, except for the high-powered RTX 4090, where, yes, you're going to get, I would say, on average, 25 to 30% more performance with those laptops with a full-powered 4090, but those laptops also cost 25 to 30% more. So the real kicker is, do you want to go for a thicker machine like a Legion Pro 7i or an Omen 17 and save some money that way? Those laptops don't have the same premium features that this one does. Those don't have OLED displays. Those don't have as vibrant of display, as contrasty. They're not CNC milled aluminum chassis. And they're not as thin and light as this one. So you're making trade-offs when you go with those more budgety 4090 options. Overall, from a 4090 perspective, yes, your performance is not as high, but your premium features are awesome. So, I mean, yes, I can absolutely recommend this laptop with no reservations, pretty much, other than that if you go into this purchase, some games might need a little bit of tweaking to play perfectly, and that you're not going to be as future-proofed. Say 5 years from now, a full-powered 4090 will be more likely to be able to play those most demanding new games that just came out better than this one. So it'll last a little bit longer if your goal is to stretch the length of the laptop that you own, say to 5 to 7 years, then yeah, I would say going for a full powered one might be a bit more advantageous. But at the same time, this thing will still probably be able to play those new super high demanding games, but just on lower settings. You might have to go to medium or something, you know? So still not an issue, really. Like usually visually medium is still very competitive with ultra, but it's just a little bit worse. Like the shaders aren't quite as tweaky and details aren't quite as good. But it's still a very enjoyable experience on medium or high. And this will probably still be able to play those new games, you know, 4, 5, 6 years from now. But yeah. So those are the trade-offs with this machine. Absolutely can recommend it. That's my review of the Zephyrus G16 with the 4090 for 2024. Love the machine. Love using it. I've been using it now for a little over a week, and it's 2 giant thumbs up with pretty much no issues at all. And yeah, definitely can highly recommend it. So let me check chat, and then we'll end the live stream. Yeah, so, okay. Oh, I didn't go over fan noise. So fan noise in the laptop, 57 decibels with max fan, 53 for turbo, 49 for performance mode, and around 40 decibels in silent mode. Very good overall in terms of fan profiles and tweaking that's available. Especially for such a thin and lighter machine. Oftentimes the thin machines can get really, really loud, and that's the only way they can have good performance at the same time. But this one's pretty good. Okay. Yo, Brandon, do you think the upcoming mobile 5090 will come with a bigger RAM capacity? Like VRAM capacity? I hope so. NVIDIA seems to be doing planned obsolescence where they purposefully make you want to upgrade later on down the line. So I would not be surprised if NVIDIA still gives us only 16 gigs. That said, 16 gigs will still be good enough for QHD gaming for probably many years, but not 4K. And I really want the 5090 to be able to handle 4K games. And already right now, 4K games, some of them want more than 16 gigs of VRAM. So Sandus says, thanks a bunch for this really detailed insights. Great stuff. I think I'm more decided towards a 2024 Blade 16 now than before. Yeah, and like I said at the beginning, that would be the way I would lean personally, because I would want the most possible performance. And I don't mind taking a large laptop. But for the person that wants the G16, really that person is the person that's going to be constantly carrying this thing almost every day. And that's when I would really consider getting the G16, or maybe if you're more budget conscious and you don't want to spend $4,200 for a thicker Blade 16, you know, you want to save $900 and go for a $3,299 Zephyrus G16. So, do you know if the previous Zephyrus model is discontinued? I think that some of them might be. I don't know. Like, I imagine some of the models will be discontinued. This, I think, is more replacing the Zephyrus M16, which was the high-end version that, you know, had the 4080, 4090 in it from last year. So I would expect that to replace the M series. I don't know if it fully does, but this is definitely the new 16-inch high-performance unit from Asus. This is their top-of-the-line, thin and light. Kari says, I feel like the 4080 version might be a better trade-off for the price and form factor, especially when you still get the cooling and lower wattage. Maybe the 4080 is probably a good option. If everything else is the same, then yeah, a 4080 could be very viable. Okay, I think that's all the questions I'm seeing in chat right now. Thank you so much for tuning into the live stream. It means a lot to me that you guys stop by and you enjoy my content. Please consider subscribing and liking this video. I'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah.